Hey Cheyenne, this is John Kitover, running for Congress in 16 in Illinois. How are you?
Good, I'm very good. So I don't know if you saw my response to your email when I got your pledge. I got your pledge and your picture and everything, but I do need a witness on your pledge.
Oh, I thought my friend Max. I emailed him. I guess he didn't send it over.
Yeah,
can you witness it?
I can't. It has to be somebody with you. So
Oh,
it can be anybody, a friend or a spouse or anything like that, a coworker, whatever. It's just unfortunately we are not allowed to witness it. So you have to have a witness and send it to me with a witness signature on it.
got it. I thought I saw on Darren LaHood's signature that you were his witness, but maybe that was.
I wasn't. I wasn't even. I didn't even work for the company at the time that was it.
Really? I thought it said Cheyenne on there.
No, if it's a Cheyenne, it's a different Cheyenne. I'll have to look at that, but I don't know who that is. No, it's definitely not me. The only time that we're allowed to sign it is if we do it in person. It might have been Shanna, my coworker Shanna, if she got his in person. The only time that we are allowed to sign as witnesses is if we're there with you and you sign in person for us. Like when we go to capitals and stuff like that and work on the ground,
Mm-hmm.
if a representative will sign it and we're right there in his office with him, then we're allowed to sign it. But otherwise, we are not.
Okay, no worries. Let me email my friend and text him and see if he can send it
Okay.
to you right now.
Yeah, and he can just, I mean, if he needs to, he can snap a picture and text it to me. It don't matter. However, he is easiest for him.
How long have you been working there?
A year and a half,
Oh, cool.
almost two. Yeah, about a year and a half.
Well, I applaud you for what you're doing. I think if we did have more turnover, we'd have a lot less fraud, waste, and abuse.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, and of course, you're military, so of course I applaud everything that you have done too for our country as well. So,
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Well, have a
so
great
are you
have.
now? If you win your seat, are you going to leave the military? Do you have to? I don't even know the answer to this question, so I'm going to ask you. It might sound dumb because I
Mhm.
don't know the answer actually. If you serve in Congress, do you have to leave your military duties?
I'm not active duty anymore. I'm finished with the military. That was
Okay,
2002 to 2007. Yeah.
so you're not even reserve or anything anymore.
No, no, I'm out.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I don't know why I was thinking that you were still reserve or something, so I didn't know for sure.
Mhm.
So, but do you know the answer to that question? If somebody is still active, do they have to leave if they run for Congress?
You can't actually run for Congress if you're active duty military. You can, if you're reserves, you can, but if you have an active duty contract, like that supersedes you stepping out and trying to run, for a
Or
political office.
anything?
Yeah.
Okay. I was curious. That answered my question, so I appreciate that. So yeah, just keep me posted. Like I said, I had waited, like I had replied through email when I got it, but then I wasn't sure if you had received my email, so I was like, man, I better follow up with him so that we can get him promoted. And I got everything I need except for that part, so as soon as I get that part, I can get that over to my press team. So I just wanted to follow up with you for that.
Okay, I appreciate your help. I'll let me re-forward this right now and text my friend
Okay.
who's basically working as my campaign manager. So, thanks so much.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Have a great
No
day.
problem. Thank you. You too. Have a
Okay, thanks,
wonderful
Shannon.
weekend.
Okay, you too. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Max. Can you? That's a shame. Can you sign this in the file? Thanks.
I think it's sad that they're being buried under rubble.
Did
But
you
it's not just Hamas that is
You
using them.
only care about the ones that are getting killed by Israel. You don't care about the ones you only care about the ones getting killed by Hamas. You don't care about the ones getting killed by Israel, right? The ones that get carpet bombed, that's okay because it's not Hamas.
No, I feel bad anytime
Oh my God.
any innocent person
What do you know
gets.
are you denying that people getting carpet bombed? Or
Did you see?
Yes, I deny the fact that you yes, I deny the fact that they're being carpet bombed because A, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just echoing things. Because I can hear the fact because the words are coming out of your mouth, are going into the microphone, going through the internet into my ears, and then my brain processes what you said. And what you said.
That's incorrect. You can just, without insulting someone, you can just answer them. How do I not know what I'm talking about?
That's not insulting. I didn't call you like an idiot. I said that you're not.
How do I not know what I'm talking about? You don't even know.
First of all, take a chill pill and like speak slower.
I'm not yelling. I'm asking you.
I'm not yelling.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
My God, relax, honey. We are three people here. You don't need to overtalk me. You want to sleep?
You just started yelling.
I understand, but the way that it works is after you ask a question, you need to use your ears to listen, not keep on talking.
You started chatting.
I'm trying to answer if you will let me.
Go ahead.
Can I answer your question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. By you using the talking point, which is carpet bombing, when you do not have any military experience or intelligence regarding what is happening on the ground, tells me that you don't know what you're talking about and you just echo things that you heard.
You're not answering my question again. See, this is the same yak that you guys
I can answer the question.
Maybe I have to
it hasn't been my turn yet.
Maybe your comprehension skills are not there.
My
So carpet
comprehension
bombing.
skills.
Who's insulting who now? Who's insulting who? Yeah, but don't insult me. Yeah, but don't insult. Yeah, but you don't insult. Yeah, but don't insult. Yeah, speak. Yes, but speak. Yes, but respectfully.
Full of women and kids, and you bomb it to the ground because there's like 3 terrorists in there. What's that for?
Can you tell me of the event that you're talking
I
about?
think that's called collateral. That would be called collateral damage.
No. It's called. Actually, my friend, it's called a made-up story. This is what it's called. It's called a fantasy.
My friend just admitted it. He just said it's collateral damage. So you only care when it's Hamas killing, but when fucking kids.
No, I feel bad when it's collateral damage.
Why do you say fucking kids? No, not fucking kids.
No babies die when you guys are bombing fucking
I'm not shouting, I'm speaking. I'm not shouting.
Your mic is not being muted intermittently, so try muting your mic every 5 seconds when you're speaking.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mo.
I feel bad when they die in the collateral damage as well. I know, but then you weren't going ahead. You weren't going ahead.
No, I was. I just opened my mic when you're speaking. Thank you. So you Jews love to pit everyone against Muslims and look what Hamas did and look what the Palestinian culture is. Bro, there's videos of Israeli children screaming death to Arabs in the street. You guys want to make it all about Hamas?
Well, there's videos of Arabs cutting Israelis' heads off.
And there's videos of Israeli settlers pelting Palestinian farmers with stones. But you don't want to talk about that.
Why were they getting pelted with stones?
Okay, you just galloping. You started with. Hold on. Mo, sweetie.
He just justified
Oh my God.
get attacked by Jews.
I think you should go to Amir's room. You will feel much comfortable there. Then you will be admired for your outrage, your performative outrage. Now you started with this carpet bombing bullshit, okay? So I'm asking you, why do you say carpet bombing? Because if you look at the facts on the ground, how many Palestinians were reported killed, even by Hamas themselves? Okay, that was easy. Anyway, she can go to Amir's room. This is exactly the level of conversation, like outrage and women and children. Like it's stupid.
Hit him again, Daniel. Hit him again.
What? So now on to serious note. So today, yesterday night, the IDF did an operation in Khan Yunis and retrieved the bodies of two hostages that were buried there from kibbutz near Oz. So we now have 56 hostages left, and those two, this couple, they're American citizens, like Israeli Americans. They're like 70-something years old, peace activists, by the way. They went on the morning walk on the morning of 7th of October, met the Palestinians, shot to death. Then their bodies were dragged into Gaza. They were held there for 608 days. And yesterday night, following information that the IDF got from one of the arrested Gazans about their location, the IDF did an operation in Khan Yunis to retrieve their bodies. I don't know if you heard about this in Amir's room. I doubt it, but now you do.
Yes, I read about that in the news. Good to have their bones back, I suppose. Very sad that they had to be killed.
Can you send this into all things?
WhatsApp पे हो गया
Different from Egyptians or from the Jordanians or from the Lebanese or from the Syrians. The national identity was in order to connect them to the land, and this is why they are kept as refugees. The Palestinians that you call Palestinians, which are Arabs, are part of this. And I'm just telling you because you were just feeling sorry for them. By you calling them Palestinians, you actually are reinforcing this narrative for them. And it basically they are paying the price because they actually believe about this whole we were kicked out, we have the right of return, we will be forever refugees until Israel is destroyed, yada yada yada. They are not Palestinians. There is no such a national identity. Well, there is now, but it was created as a political, with a political aim to use the Palestinians, and it's been happening ever since. Not just the branding, but the education system and everything. So you can call them Gazans, because they are the residents of Gaza. And Palestinians is such a broad term. I think there are like 16 million Palestinians, around the world. So what is a Palestinian? There is no definition for this. It's an identity. It's a political identity. So that was for you, my friend.
Thank you. No, I mean, I hear you. The conversation in America is so far removed from reality. It's like when I refer to transgender people, and I call them transgender people instead of calling them insane people.
No, but they did. I mean, if they did an operation, and you see a man with a dick, or a man with a.
Call them dude and bro, they get really upset. Hey bro, hey dude.
Hey man.
Yeah, they get fucking. What they do? They get mad, and
But this is something they did to themselves. They are branding. No one is using them. Right? They want to call themselves whatever they want to call themselves. Go ahead. But with the Palestinians, it's something else. They were given this national identity as to use them as pawns. Trumps are not pawns for anything. They are the victims of themselves and of society or whatever you want to call it. They are not being used to whatever. Palestinians are. The word Palestinians, Palestinianism, and you can see it also now in campuses. They're wearing the kafia. It became like an identity, also political identity, not just for the Palestinians themselves, but for others. So those people are Gazans. You have Arabs of Judea and Samaria, and they are different people. They get different education, and when you say Palestinians, you kind of put a broad brush on everyone. And the Palestinians living in the United States, get a different education than those living in Gaza. Free Palestine.
I saw an article today that Palestinians or supposed Palestinians or supposed Arabs in Gaza are actually fighting against Hamas in conjunction with IDF, intelligence.
You're talking about
saw that.
You're talking about Abu Shabab?
No.
No, Daniel, hasn't there been like a lot of protesting against Hamas lately? Or you're saying they're actually fighting, John?
There's a group now that's called Abu Shabab, I think, and their weapons, they are against Hamas. They set up a perimeter east of Rafah with food and like very nice tents, like a family tent, like those big tents with windows and whatnot. And they are letting now the Gazans go there after screening. Promise them that there will be no Hamas, and if Hamas gangs come close, they will fight them. And the IDF supports them. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, for us, it's definitely good for the Gazans. I'm not sure if it's good for us. But I guess right now it's important to provide some islands of security for those Gazans with their own internal security.
Yeah.
And when they kill them, when Hamas killed them, and they bombed them once, then of course they said that those are IDF. They would never admit that they killed a group that is fighting them. They would say that those were undercover IDF soldiers. They don't want people to know.
Because of I think it was 8 days ago, U.S. started giving relief. They were issued 900,000 meals into Gaza, and the people overran Hamas. Hamas was actually shooting at them and trying to control them. And then, fuck you, we're so hungry, fuck that shit. They ran over the fences, they came and got all that motherfucking shit, and they were like, fuck Hamas. And the idea that now, the repercussion a week later, is Hamas is like, oh, you got your food? Now we're gonna fuck with you. So Hamas is literally coming after their own fucking people.
That's not a surprise. When Hamas went on the 7th of October, they knew they cannot beat the IDF. They took hostages, they knew that the IDF will come.
All this started when the police drove by the hotel and ran the plates of a car, which was registered to Moreno Perez, who had warrants for robbery. While Mrs. Perez was arrested willfully, what unfolded was anything but peaceful.
Attack Israel. Every dead child is good for the Palestinian cause. It's not good for Israel. There's only one side that benefits from that civilians, which is the Palestinian side.
Yeah, well, it's all propaganda, Hamas just sent drugs into Jordan and killed 3 American soldiers today.
Hamas fights to Jordan.
Not Hamas, the Houthis, I'm sorry. I said it wrong.
Yeah, having the Houthi problem.
The Houthis and the Tutsis? No, the Houthis, I'm not talking about Rwanda, I'm talking about Yemen.
Yeah, Houthis.
I'm just joking. I'm not very jovial.
This is why I'm here, to tell you one thing.
Hey, by the way, my friend, you were in the room earlier,
And he took off running.
and I wanted
You'll
to
see soon
talk
what
to
they
you,
were hiding,
and I was
but
on
first they need
mute
to catch
because
him.
my
Can you
microphone
guess
was
what the
flipped
police
up, and
used
I
to
was on
locate the
mute,
suspect?
and you were
Do
talking
you
with
agree with
Scott,
what the
you were like,
suspect says
I'm
at the
trying
end?
to find
Is he
you an
right?
MMA fucking, place, and I'm like, and I was literally talking to you the whole time, and I didn't realize I was on mute, and I was getting so mad at myself that nobody would acknowledge me. But you were like, I'm looking for an MMA fighter with Scott, and I was like, yeah, jiu-jitsu's the fucking shit. Let's go. You know me, I like to fucking throw down. So, but it's good seeing you, my friend.
It happened to everyone here, I think, that they spoke and they were on mute and they didn't realize it. right, my friend? He's speaking now, actually, and he thinks that he's unmuted.
So what do you think about, like, this proxy force internal, which is fighting back? I mean, is that like the future in like turning the tide against, the fascist terrorists that are running things? I mean, does it have to come from inside? I think it's like a philosophical type of solution.
I don't think that a militia group that can fight Hamas on the ground is necessarily also the best choice for a governing body. So they might have a role, a temporary role, to kind of create a safe zone for Gazans, by Gazans, that will protect them from Hamas, that the IDF don't need to be in between them, so they will have trust. But, I don't think that they are the future of Gaza. No, at the end, this is a militia group. And if we would hand over Gaza to a militia group, well, the Gazans will continue dying.
Well, look at Trump going to Saudi Arabia, meeting with the leader of Syria now. So that type of Wahhabist Saudi.
Dude, we had a $10 million bounty on that motherfucker's head.
Well, what I'm just saying is if there's a compromise of like, which type of jihadist do we prefer?
We don't want jihadists. Listen, any jihadist that will take over Gaza would just mean that there will be another war and more Gazans will die. So,
well,
I don't think that is...
the jihadists that I want are people that realize that jihad is like, you have human nature in your heart. You gotta turn away from your human nature to find God. That is like God in your heart. When you read the Holy Quran, if you think that like extreme Islam and jihad is a holy war against the infidels, you're a fucking fucktard.
So what is it? Why do you think
He's saying it's not literal. It's like there's no reason to rebuild the temple. The temple is within you. So these jihadists don't understand, that they're the dumbest people on earth and they're just lemmings being thrown to the slaughter.
Dude, they're all jumping motherfucking cliff like it's fucking Pied and the Pied Piper.
I mean, Israel has but Israel has supported supposedly, Islamic fighters that are going against regimes that they have even bigger conflicts with. Like, for example, Bashar Assad. I mean, that shit is just passed over as if it never even fucking happened. Like, Israel was at war with his father and Bashar for fucking 50 years or more. So that dynasty is gone. Syria is, a new thing. But I'm just saying Gaza, I think, could end in the same way where some new leader emerges. Like, what about that one Palestinian person, who defied Hamas? Remember that guy? What's his name? I can't remember his name anymore, but great speaker.
The Green Prince, Muhammad Abu Yusuf.
Dead.
Yeah, I think that's him. Yeah. Like, why can't that guy emerge as the president of?
You realize today is June 5th, and it's been 36 years since Tiananmen Square, where that dude with his grocery bag stood in front of that fucking tank. It's been 36 years.
Yeah, that guy's been disappeared. He was
like nobody even knows who he is. Like, June 4th, 1989? Dude, I was 14 years old. Like, let's go. Actually, I was 13. I turned 14 a month later. Or less
What do you think about this flotilla with Greta and this UK Parliament member?
Greta? Who gives a shit about that fucking autistic, fucking Down syndrome looking bitch?
I don't know what it is. I think it's like a psyop. I think it's like a fake psyop. I don't understand why. I thought that she was a climate change activist. I don't see why.
Yeah, she came over at 16 from her country to America, and how dare you? I'm like, bitch, I will get my little fucking niece to fucking beat your ass.
Yes, she used to be a climate activist, and now when she takes this boat, she's not using a sail to use the wind. She's using an engine, which is a bit surprising to me. Now they took this little dinghy.
I know.
Let me just finish.
I'm a
They took
sailor.
okay, so they took this little boat, like really tiny boat with 12 people on it, and supposedly humanitarian aid for Gaza.
That's not a tiny boat.
It's a tiny boat.
If you can put 12 people on a boat, it's not tiny.
It is tiny when you are on a mission, a humanitarian mission to feed Gaza. It's a freaking tiny boat.
Dude, you talking about the one that got blown up by the drones?
No, there's another one now on its way to Gaza with Greta.
What are we doing? What kind of lives are these?
I don't know. I was talking about her going when she was 16 years old from like her homeland
Well, that's
to America at 16.
That's not what.
And how dare you? And now he's going. Now he's going to current days. And you're talking about like a ship that got blown up and they had to turn around.
Doc, I was talking.
Am I wrong?
About yes.
Yes.
I was talking about the boat that is going now to Gaza with Greta, and then you jumped and you said yes, she was 16, yada yada yada. So yes, you are right. Still, the boat is on its way. I didn't change the topic.
Actually, I started Greta. You're jumping on my.
You know, there was like this, I think, a Spanish humanitarian worker that went into Gaza at some point, and then he was kidnapped, beheaded, held for ransom.
So they say the mountain, if Muhammad doesn't go to the mountain, and they didn't bring enough Muslims to Sweden, bring the Swedes to Gaza.
Did you see the Piers Morgan show with Natasha Hausdorff?
No, I don't usually watch Piers Morgan.
So he brought her and some comedian, I don't know if you know him because I don't know, Dave Smith,
That's given.
which is, I guess,
That
an anti-Zionist.
the immorality of the action, performing the action.
Pundit who likes to bounce off the screen.
Yeah,
He's a dummy.
Okay, so
Depends on the justification given, right? I don't think intuitions are infeasible. I think intuitions can be defeated using, like reason.
So he brought him and her, and she's a very articulate, very intelligent person, and he Pierce let this Dave spew all this bullshit and attack Natasha. We're like, does Israel has nukes? And she's like, I'm not the Israeli government. I know as much as you're avoiding the question. Yeah, you cannot tell the truth. This is it's basically the level of Clubhouse level. Okay, let's be honest. Okay, and Pierce, every time he asks her like a question, why does Israel prevent journalists from going in? Okay, he asked her. So she starts to say, okay, there are a few reasons, and then Pierre's like, no, there is no reason. Like, pardon me, you asked me a question, and like, no, nothing justifies it. So why are you asking me a question? Are you a fucking journalist? And the entire interview was basically like this. He never let her speak more than 3 words in a row. And you know, this is what I'm saying, it's not just those radical idiots. This infestation, this plague of this free Palestine is infecting normal people, I would call it, or like people that were balanced, and takes them off balance. It is a problem, this plague, this disease.
No, it is a problem. I think Dave Smith is just trying to make a name for himself. He's trying to act as if I'm like the middle of the road, rational, and I'm not allowed.
No, I'm not talking about Dave.
Yeah, so Pierce Morgan is even worse.
Well, Piers Morgan used to be like, you know, no one cares about this Dave. I never heard of this, but Piers has viewership of I don't know how many millions, and again, of course he's a nobody. But at the end, all those media outlets that are participating in all this hateful, deceiving propaganda is damaging at the end. I mean, you go to Amir's room and you will listen to people that are completely living in a made-up world of facts. They actually believe, like, and they're not, like, the majority of them are not lying. I mean, some of them they know that they lie, they know that they're manipulative. Mostly the more intelligent they are, the more deceitful they are. But the majority of them are just fell for it. They believe it. They are truly outraged by the women and the children and the indiscriminate bombing and the ethnic cleansing and the genocide and all this bullshit talking points. They believe it. At this point, there's nothing tells them that they're wrong, because the UN says so, the government says so, NGOs that were respected, like Amnesty, HRW, all those say so. You need to be really strong and really do a lot of work in order to fight all this. And most people don't do that. Hey, Kev.
What's up?
Yes, I think Dave Smith has more of a reach than you understand, because he's like sniff is the wrong word, but he's like a crutch. Like, Piers Morgan, he has his position, and others have their position. And then there's Dave Smith, who's just a comedian, and he's just looking out at the road. And people like look at that and be like, okay, so like the normies are agreeing with one side. And
from Dave Smith, I think. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you can listen to the debate. I think he won the debate. Not that his arguments didn't win, but he did a better job. He looked like people don't understand the issue. Like, Douglas Murray did a really bad job in that debate. Really bad. Like, he missed on important points. He just didn't debate well.
I saw the one that was only Natasha and Dave Smith. There was no.
So there's a very famous one that's quoted often on Joe Rogan, and it's Dave Smith and Douglas Murray. And Douglas Murray, instead of arguing the issues and showing how Dave Smith was an idiot, he argued that you have the right to talk because you're uneducated.
Yes.
About that. And that was
that you were not in Gaza, right? Were you ever in Gaza or something? This is where it comes from, right? Okay, yeah.
You've never been, and Dave Smith says, so you were never in the Nazi regime. You know what I'm saying? I can't go back in time, but I did about it. Because now I understand what he was a contribution again. But instead of showing, but Dave Smith was wrong about both militias. One of these things, the reason I'm so into this war is because it's the worst war we've ever seen. And Douglas Murray says it's not even worse than one single year in the Syrian war. And Dave Smith responds, well, I'm sure there were years that were bad, but you're saying every single year. And instead of Douglas Murray hammering that home, yes, not only that, every single year was way worse. And Yemen is way worse. And there are multiple years that are way worse. He just like lets it go. So he doesn't show the audience to just come to their own conclusion that Dave Smith is ignorant. He says you're ignorant, and he doesn't back it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't do a good job. He's a bad debater.
Yeah. This is why I like Natasha. She's so classy, so articulate, so knowledgeable. She talks facts, not emotions. She doesn't curse. She doesn't like.
Also, his accent didn't help. It's not his fault, but like, no, his accent, you've never been. It doesn't help.
Like, it sounds arrogant. So it's even more like I know what you meant. So it's like, who the fuck do you think you are? Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you should prove him stupid.
The entire brand is we're going to question authority. And I'm just asking questions, I'm just curious. And then to have a British guy be like It's not qualified to have this conversation.
What I don't understand is that guy on that debate with that English guy, like he would say, yeah, you gotta get rid of the terrorists. So it's like I don't understand. There's really no debate here. It's just like the terrorists gotta go. Like nobody's gonna re-endorse Hamas except for like Edward or whatever the fuck his name is on here. He says Hamas can sit in the background and be the Praetorian Guard for the new Palestinian government. It's like no, you know. I don't know. It's not really. It's just everybody is just going back to women and children, but then they'll say, "Yeah, I agree. There shouldn't be terrorists and there shouldn't be." You know, it's like, but so people are just like dancing. It's like they're not really saying we should fight the terrorists to the death and exterminate them, remove them from power, free the hot. Like, anyways, you see my point? It's like nobody goes over the line. They always stay on code.
I think Edward feels a lot of confidence right now because of the world perception. So he actually thinks that he's like the boss of things. Him and like the Palestinians, that he wants to demand things of Israel, that we will pay and we will do and we will do this and Israel needs to do this, like all kinds of demands because he really thinks, because he's living in this make-believe bubble, that he's in any position to have this, like those demands and even to negotiate. And I consider him a traitor to his own people because he's supporting Hamas. And Hamas is brutal in the way that they are treating the Palestinians. You know, they're shouting free Palestine. Free as what Arab country? As Egypt, free as Syria, free as Lebanon, free as Libya, free as Yemen, free as what? The only place that they're truly free is Israel. Like really, like free as what? What Arab country you want us to model this? Gaza. So yeah, Edward is, I hear him lately because it obviously became more radical, but I think it also became out of this confidence that is given to this Free Palestine movement. He actually thinks that he's on the right side and that he's on the winning side.
No, it's just weird. It's like terrorists got to go. It's like, how do you expect them to go? Like, what do you? Because Edward will say the terrorists got to go, but it's like they got to go, by a sword.
He said that because I hear him calling, like praising Hamas, the resistance is doing this, and the resistance will not let you do this. He's basically, let's be honest, like listen, it's illegal for him to say the words "I support Hamas." Okay. It's illegal to him because he's a U.S. resident, but the things that he's saying, and when he's calling them the resistance, he's more free in his mind to say supportive things of them and to praise them.
Every time I hear Edward talk, he's only ever talking about one thing, and it has nothing to do with the war in Israel.
What is it?
It's the fact that, is this the guy who can't find the vagina and thought it was penis?
That's with you only.
Yeah, fuck Edward. That guy sucks.
I know what the vagina is. Locked behind two locks in a safe, far away.
I mean, what does Al Stern think? I mean, it's a dirty business killing terrorists, It's dirty killing them, and it's dirty killing, people in collateral damage who happen to be there. I mean, unexpectedly. So, I don't know. There's just no easy solution for this problem because people are going to die.
Well, it's not God-given, and it's not really collateral damage, and it's not just that they happen to be there. It's a strategy of Hamas. Because this is how they win public perception. The more people dead, the better for the cause. A photo of a dead child is good for the cause. It's good for them. This is why you will also see those supposedly pro-Palestinians will put a PTR of a dead child because it's a tool for them, like the Palestinians. I mean, at the end, the Palestinians are a tool to attack Israel. No one cares for them. Same as that no one, like, all those idiots support Yemen, while I think there are like millions there that are displaced, hundreds of thousands of malnutrition children that are on the brink of starvation. Not only do they not care, the UN doesn't care, Amnesty doesn't care, Human Rights Watch doesn't care, all those UK Parliament idiots don't care. Like literally, not a pips. And they actually think that Yemen is doing this to support the Palestinians. I mean, fuck it, they don't even support their own people. Every rocket that they launch, I don't know how much it costs, those ballistic rockets. Those are not like handmade rockets like Hamas. Those are ballistic rockets, they travel thousands of kilometers. They cost tens of thousands of dollars that could feed tens of thousands of people.
Daniel, if you were living in Israel now, or when you go back, do you go to the protests? Would you go to
I did go to the protests, but and my family does. I don't always have the patience when I'm there.
No, that's
because I don't.
Because they're
Yeah.
it's a Irua. Like, I get it. But like, do you find yourself you align with Kaplan?
Well, I think that Kaplan is many things. I think it's a combination of many things that are gonna. Some of them are thinking that Netanyahu should go. That started way before 7th of October. And there are other causes that are kind of harping on it and kind of jumping on it from like the pro-Palestinians and all those. I don't think like stop the war, yada yada. I think that Bibi is not good for Israel, and I think that he should go. And I think that he is corrupt, but I do support the goals of the war.
So the goals of the war. What about the administration of the war?
I don't. What is the problem with the administration of the war?
So
I don't see it.
I also support the goals of the war, meaning Hamas has to go, and we have to return hostages, right?
Right.
Those are just goals. I think they're
Right.
and legitimate. It doesn't seem to me like that how the war has played out has led closer to those goals being accomplished. And in fact, it seems the opposite, right? Now you can say, right? Okay, we've got 200-ish hostages back, living and dead. So we're getting closer. You could say we've eliminated these and these Hamas leaders and this number of Hamas fighters. Fine. What's the cost that Israel's willing to bear, right? When does it become too expensive? When does Israel become too isolated?
I don't think it will happen. Not that they will get isolated, that the cost will be you always need to look at the alternative cost. And as long as the alternative cost is way higher, then the cost is something that we need to swallow. Even if it's like all this PR against us and all this hate against us, the other option is they will obliterate us, they will genocide us as they want.
Yeah, I guess it's
What is
not,
the other option?
not complex enough for me, because I see it. On the one hand, I think it's quite straightforward. Everyone's goals are quite articulated, right? Both the Israeli government and Hamas. And I also think it's more complex than that, right? Like this whole thing about giving these Hamulas weapons, right? That's like a complexity that nobody in the diaspora of any kind would be able to understand about, like what that's like in the Middle East. Nobody gets that.
Do you think that is good or bad?
I think I understand why Israel would see that as useful. In the long run, I don't think it's useful at all. I think these gangs, these Hamulot, they're not friends of Israel, let's be clear, right? They're not friends of Israel. Everybody knows that. Even the government of Israel knows that, right? But it's a little bit like the devil I know, right? Or the devil that'll be on my side, right? I just think it's unwise.
Are you 1,000% sure that they're not friends of Israel?
Yep.
1,000%?
These are people. Yeah. I mean, my understanding about these families is that their interest is in maintaining their tribal supremacy because they came from the right families and their economic control right, over the Gazans, and like forget Hamas, forget statehood. They just want to live as like, you know,
Okay, fair
little
enough in this
chieftains,
case.
little chieftains. They don't care about Israel, only to the extent that like Israel will like facilitate their little tribal entities.
Fair enough. Do you think it's possible that there could be among the Gazans, among the Gazawi, is it possible that there could be a friend of Israel, like somebody who actually thinks maybe life in Israel is not so bad, and maybe I'm willing to fight against Hamas in favor of being active in Israel?
I think it's unlikely that you're going to have people in Gaza fighting against Hamas because they like Israel. They're going to fight against Hamas for their own interests because they realize Hamas is bad for them.
Right.
And those I think are the voices that should be elevated and amplified. The normal Gazans on the street who are protesting and saying, Hamas, leave, you're bad for us, these are the people we should be supporting.
Yeah, but they're not supporting us, obviously. But yes, you are correct.
I agree. For me, it doesn't matter if they're supporting us. I care, right? In other words, our interests are aligned in getting rid of Hamas, right? Hamas is bad for us. Hamas is bad for them.
I think
We can
people
align
in the
on
West
that
are,
issue.
I think people in the West are looking at this and are expecting some kind of like a lab conditions, okay? And they don't understand the complexity of things. And not only they don't understand, they're not interested in the complexity because they see it as excuses. You bomb women and children. Like the context doesn't matter. What Hamas is doing doesn't matter. Now, in many conversations, I think that Jews in America do accept the complexity of things. I'm sure, without listening to your conversation, if you're having such conversation, you do acknowledge the complexity, you do understand the Palestinian point of view, and you can bring the Israeli point of view, and you do understand the complexity. From the other side, the debate never touches the complexity. It's the complexity. It's always about like black and white, Palestinians victim, Israel bad, and it's like zero accountability, zero introspection, zero responsibility. And when we are taking accountability or responsibility, it's perceived by them as some kind of an admission of guilt. So they don't do this by themselves. This is why they, until now, for the last 20 months, they would never admit that Hamas fires their own people. They would say, show me proof, show me evidence. Like they would fight you. They would kind of use it as a debate tool. It's dishonest. And it's like, it's not their own people. Yeah, I mean, but the point is that in the debates or in the conversations, I do see from our side, yes, people do acknowledge the complexity of things and do try to discuss it, what is called haspara, which is to provide the context, to provide like more information. And from their side, including like from the Ivy League University, it's like it's very narrow-minded, very one-sided, very simple, very like black versus white, good versus evil, kind of, like it's very dumb.
It's the death of nuance, Daniel. And I don't know if you can admit it, but I'm waking up to it for the first time in my life. It's anti-Semitism, which has been slumbering for maybe 50 years at the most, maybe a little bit more. And so we have become accustomed to a world that makes sense, to a world that is rational, to people who make decisions based on self-interest, meaning that if the Palestinians cared about themselves, they would make peace. They would have a state. They would have nice middle-class lives. They would be good neighbors. They started from zero the same way Israel did. Now they're back to below zero, and Israel has moved way ahead, and then they blame us. Somehow we've done some magic. We control the world. That's why we succeeded. When all we did was methodically build a state. By the way, nobody is pointing at Singapore and saying, oh, those Chinese, they control the world. How did Singapore get so rich? But what has awakened is what has always been with us, I'm afraid, you guys, and that is anti-Semitism. And I've been the last person to admit it because I live in New York. It's a Jewish city. You can get bagels on every corner. But now we have to admit what we're facing.
No, I think that's right, about the anti-Semitism. I think it's also right, and just to invite some complexity, that there's some there's some rot in certain sectors of Israeli society that don't do us any favors with the anti-Semites. I'm not saying it justifies the anti-Semitism, of course. I'm saying there's some bad stuff taking place, right? That
Yes,
we should
perfect.
introspect that Israel. Not I can't say we. I'm not Israeli, although I feel very Israeli, right? My analysis is that Israeli society would do very well to do some soul searching about who they elect, about some soul searching about how they talk about neighbors, right? How they is there dehumanizing going on, right? And again, this is to invite complexity. This is not.
But I think that you're putting a bit of a double standard on Israel, as if other countries, nationalities, or ethnic groups don't have like people that are radical to the right, radical to the left.
Of course they do.
Yes, and so is Israel. I don't think we need to do a special introspection. We also have criminals, we have rapists, we have thieves, we have many things, like any other country in the fucking world. So I don't think we need to do it.
Well, so this is what I keep trying to explain to people in other rooms, like Israel's a real living, breathing society, complex like every other society. That's not an excuse, but that does mean that in free pluralistic democratic societies, right, the accountability is on the self, right? So like Israel's got just like every other country, no double standards, have to look themselves in the mirror and say, and look at themselves in the mirror, right? What the outcome of that self-conversation is something else, right? But I don't think I've seen a nation. And I do see, I would just say, I do see a soul searching within Israel. I do.
I don't think that I've seen a nation like Israel that does more soul searching and do internal like debates like Israel. The democracy in Israel is so vibrant, so active. Literally, I don't see, even not in the United States, I don't see something like this. We call out many things from like, I don't see this. So to say that we're lacking introspection, I think it is double standard. Because if you compare Israel to literally any other country, including the most vibrant democracies, no, I don't see that.
I think I didn't explain myself. I didn't express myself well. Of course, what you're saying is true. That all happens, and that actually proves the vibrancy of Israeli democracy. Of course. What I think is like terribly unfortunate is that people are not willing to consider Israel as a real, living, breathing, complex society, right? That does these things, right? Like, so do you know who Tomer Persico is, Daniel?
Who?
Tomer Persico. You ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him. Anyway, I read him from time to time. I think he's very good, right? So I encouraged, one of those dum-dums. If you want to hear what dissent sounds like in Israel, right? Go read a guy like that, right? And the fact that he's able to publish freely is it should not go unnoticed, right, in the neighborhood.
Remind me, I know his name, but I don't, like right now I don't have like a profile of his like.
He's like a public
position.
Intellectual. He writes about issues of like religion and modernity. Of course, everyone writes about the war because everyone writes about the war. He wears a little cap. He wears a little cap. He's got a short beard.
But he's pro what, or he's like against what? Like, what is his position?
Well, I think he's definitely a lefty. I think.
Yeah, what kind?
What kind? I think.
Yeah,
I think maybe our kind. Maybe I don't know if you would group yourself with me either. I think my kind of lefty. I think even the lefties in Israel, everyone in Israel understands the danger of Hamas. Everybody understands that. Even the far lefties are not like defending Hamas, right? They recognize about Israeli safety. Not so much. Only the extreme. Obviously, the extreme. But like,
listen, they do believe Hamas propaganda, and whenever something happens, and the same day, this like today I saw it. Okay, someone wrote in Hebrew, like from the morning, I don't know, 67 people were killed in Gaza. Okay, now, dude. First of all, how do you know? It's like today. It says today by now, like from the morning until like I don't know. I saw it like 2 hours, 3 hours ago. It doesn't make like the only source that you would have is Hamas. And if you think that Hamas is actually a terrorist group with no regards to truth or law or humanity, then you shouldn't be parroting their propaganda. It's okay to be critical of Israel. Believe me, no one is more critical of Israel than Israelis themselves, okay?
Correct.
So, but it's not about criticism. It's about like echoing false, like information, which is, or you know what, not false, unverified information. Let's call it that to be more balanced.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I think it's using emotions at the end. And I, like, you know, maybe a lot of people are, I get it, affected by emotions, but we also need to keep our cool and keep our, like, logic and understand the law and understand, as we said, the complexity of things. And it's not an easy situation. I mean, basically, it doesn't matter what Israel does. You can paint it as a bad thing, you know? Doesn't really matter what we do. If Israel allows Qatar to give money to Gaza, then it's a bad thing because we are letting Qatar sponsor a terrorist organization. If we had stopped it, then of course we are starving the people of Gaza and not allowing them to build. And then if we say, why don't you build? Because you didn't allow us to get the money. I mean, it doesn't really matter what we would do. It's evil and bad. When we say, you need to evacuate this place because we need to bomb it, then it's forcibly displacing them. When we give them food and we are treating them like I don't know, like cattle because they need to stand in line. It's like I think at this point I also like, it's really hard for me to take criticism seriously because it seems like the verdict is set and then you write like your arguments. First of all, guilty, and now let's write the arguments to support it.
Well, that's the anti-Semitism part, but there are some people, right? That's the anti-Semitism part, and I think it's also the case that if that's true, that we're already guilty from the outset. What do we need to do for our own self-respect, for our own sense of our own self, right, and our sense of our own safety? It's a lot to balance, right? And it's interesting. I heard something interesting the other day about Sharon and Olmert, right? Who was saying this? Was Chaviv Retik Gur who was talking about this. I don't know if you know that guy. I don't know if you know. Yeah.
Again, repeat the name.
Chaviv Retik Gur.
Okay, I will look him up.
He's great. I think he's great. So he was saying, as a way to sort of explain Israeli society, right? Sharon's plan was very, very, very popular amongst the Israeli public. The
disengagement, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was exceptionally popular, right? And part of why it was popular is not because there was such great sympathy for Palestinians, but because Sharon said, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't, and we're going to do what's good for us.
Exactly.
Right? And Olmert reported, after Sharon had his stroke, that Sharon was also contemplating doing something similar in the West Bank. And Olmert went ahead with promoting a two-state solution. He was also very, very popular. Right? So when they paint Israeli society as this kind of like, right? And these are the right, and these were, well, Kadima was centrist, but okay, we can call Sharon a right.
Yeah, but Sharon was right. He came from the Likud, and so did Olmert came from the Likud.
Yeah. That this is my great what do you call it? My misgivings about still staying on the left is that the left will never make peace. It's only the right in Israel that has ever made concessions and gotten any results. Ever.
Well, you're talking about just the disengagement, because other concessions.
I mean Begin also, right? It was always the right wing. Right, and you can even put Rabin in that camp, right? I don't think Rabin was no peacenik. He was a pragmatist, but he didn't trust anybody as far as they could throw him, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't right wing.
It wasn't right wing, but it wasn't left wing.
It was like labor. It was like labor.
It was like labor, exactly, right? So like people don't understand that political. What left wing in Israel means, right? Because security always wins in Israel, left or right, doesn't matter.
Right. But regarding what you said before, I think that we should do not only what is best for us. At the end, it's us that needs to go to sleep with us in bed. We need to know that what we did was moral, humane, legal, whatever. Not just like, I mean, for us, we could have said like, okay, let's carpet, like if it's for us and we don't give a fuck, let's carpet bomb Gaza. But it's more than that. Yes, the world can scream genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, all those like nonsense. For me, this is why I do a lot of checking and going into history, and this is basically like what I have in my PTR is a book that I read yesterday, which is like the origin of the word Nakba. This is like, this piece was written in 1948. This is where it was coined. So I am challenging myself. Like, I don't want to be on the wrong side. But every time I check, and I do try to be very, very critical, I don't see evidence to the stories that they're telling me. Actually, not only do I not see evidence to the stories, I see the opposite from their own people back at the time.
Right. Right. Yeah, look, I'm much less concerned these days with like litigating the history and who started it and basically like
it's more for me.
What's that?
It's more for me to know, like to have like a more clarity and to know that I'm not just being again brainwashed or like consuming like whatever.
Yeah. No, I think that's good. More and more, I'm like framing it up for myself as like it's a little bit. It has all these elements of like a civil war, and not foreigners and natives, right? It's much more about like
us between us and Gaza.
Between all the people that live on the land.
Well, it's not civil war because there are two groups of people. There are Israelis and those.
No, but you know what I mean. In other words, not the myth of that we all live together. It was so great. Blah blah blah. Not that, but that. Basically, there's two people that are indigenous to the land. Nobody's that's going anywhere, right? And so it's like it rhymes a little bit with like a civil war kind of a thing, more than like some force from the outside or just self-defense right. It's like it's a little bit more than two enemies, right?
Right, but one is stronger, and the other one is a bit genocidal. And I grew up for decades believing in this possibility of coexistence. My vote would be for, if you would ask me like many votes, like what my position would be for a two-state solution. Like why not? Like I cannot, in a way, maybe it was more like projecting. I'm projecting on them what I see on us. Okay, like at the end, they want peace. They just want to go to work and go with friends and go to the restaurant and like they would want peace and to live. Like let's just stop it. But the more I understand, and especially like recently, I understand that it's not about land. And also by reading this piece that I read, it's not about land. It's about Jews. That is the problem. That is their fight. And they were not Palestinians. They were Arabs. Same as they are in Jordan and Lebanon and Syria and Egypt. So when you say indigenous to the land, first of all, I don't think that it's something that you can claim. I also don't think that like the claim like we were here 3,000 years ago, God gave us the land, is something that we can tell maybe ourselves. It's not something you can tell anyone else as any argument. It's not an argument. It's something you want to believe that God gave it to you. Good. Go, and this is what we did. You go, you buy the land, you purchase it, you don't say, hey, God gave it to me. So indigenous, it doesn't really matter, especially not right now that people are moving from place to place. Like, doesn't matter who's indigenous. And they are not from necessarily the land. All those 16 million Palestinians that you have today in the world, Edward is not from, like, I don't know it was specifically, but all of those 16 millions, they're not from the land.
Right. So like the point I always make about indigeneity is indigeneity belongs to people groups, not to individuals. Right? So that's why the law of return works. Because because if you're part of the group, you have rights as a part of the group, right? So like the same way that I want to preserve my own access, right? I have no problem with the theoretical claim, at least, of like indigeneity right of return or something like that. It's obviously not practical, right? Like those things are not. My secret hope, it's not so secret. I hope and this is like against my better judgment because I think they should be drafted. I think that the opposition should do as much as they can to get the Haredim to leave the government.
Are you up to date what's happening?
It's almost good. Maybe not since this morning. Why? Is there something?
Oh yeah, but but in the last like 24 hours, you are aware of like exactly what you said right now. It's like, okay, you didn't say it out of the blue. Okay.
No, I'm davening for it. Like I think Ben Gurion made I think the deal Ben Gurion made with the religious back in the day was one of the worst things. Now, in hindsight, and this would be the second version of that. But I think it's worth it.
I think it was exploited. I mean, I don't know how many religious people with it. Listen, if you are like an excellent athlete, for example, you could be exempt from the IDF, so you can continue. Like if you are on the way to the Olympics.
Right.
So same with the Torah studies. If you're like some kind of a prodigy, amazing. I have no problem with 10,000 of them studying Torah from the moment they wake up until about 10,000. I only like the top of the top because that is fine, like any other that we want to invest in, not as a blanket on the entire population. That is.
I agree entirely. Right? Torah to umanuto is a high standard.
Yes, but not as I can just put a pin on my. Because many of them,
it has to be. It has to be the people who are really going to be, not these Shabbatnikim.
Yeah, but I think that when you kind of let this thing kind of grow and grow and grow and grow and become reality, it's harder to change it. Same with this Palestinianism. I guess at the beginning no one cared that they started calling them Palestinians. They didn't see what's wrong with that, and now. It's really hard because people actually believe that there is a nation of people that is specific and unique called Palestinians. But it's not true. They have nothing that is different from the Jordanian. Not language, not culture, not land, no nothing. They are exactly the same people. The reason that, and actually I think who said, I would find you, hold on. So it's an interesting quote, I have it here. 1 second.
Does that actually matter now though? Does it actually matter?
Yes, because we need to deal with this. Right now, you're not saying if there were Arabs, that would be easier because there are many Arab countries. But you say Palestinian.
So who cares? So let's just say, so we'll just deal with it as if it's 1947 again and they're just the Arabs.
Yeah, but we are not living in a bubble.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, as a historical matter, you might be right. As a, practical, pragmatic, does it really matter? There's now a group of people that's mixed, that's either from there or not from there, that are distinct or not distinct from their neighbors, Arab neighbors around them, and they would like to have a state, and that has been a plan long before, for decades before Israel was even a state. So, I'm not saying
who wanted to have a state?
What's that?
Who wanted to have a state? Who wanted to have a state before Israel became a state?
There's Sykes-Picot, and there's all of these arrangements, right? That grant a certain kind of autonomy and independence to the Arabs living there, and the Jews,
yes.
And the Jews,
yes.
right? Yeah.
Right.
So for me, that's still the goal.
What? Coexistence?
Yeah.
Like living side by side? I don't think that it's practical or possible, unfortunately. As a wishful thinking, if we could have turned back time and I don't know, make different decisions along the way, also mostly on their sides actually. But at this point of time, I think they pushed it too far.
Obviously not now and not immediately, right? Lots of things have to happen before that's even a practical reality. I'm just talking about in my aspiration, right? My Zionism was always nurtured on the idea of coexistence, of my Zionism taught me that a Palestinian state was part of, I get to have a state, they get to have a state. That was was part of my Zionism.
How is that connected to Zionism? Zionism, in Israel, we do live in coexistence. We have over 2 million Palestinians living with us, as equal rights citizens. That is not a problem.
No,
Them having
I'm not.
a state,
You think
they
you
don't want a
understand.
state.
I think
Okay.
I'm not expressing myself well.
Maybe it's me. I could take responsibility.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, because you know, there's coexistence inside, right, Israel,
Right.
which is also complicated, right, and not
Right.
not clean. And I think it's okay to admit that it's not clean. It's fine. No society is clean that way.
I think it's, just so you know, I think it's like this, taking into account all the forces that are trying to like stir shit up. I think it's way better than it should have been. Like, there are like forces, international forces that are working on this divide and about this hate like no other country. I mean, in every country you have like all kinds of minority groups or like people that are feeling oppressed or less than or whatever. But in Israel, it's not from the ground up. It's basically it's manufactured.
I'm not sure I followed all of that. Who's manufacturing what?
The global positioning, in a way, of this notion of, you know, the free Palestine, all this support for the Palestinian, I think it's actually bad for them because, like Edward and many others, they become so confident that they actually think that they are owed a state, that they will get a state, and I really don't see that happening. You know, Judea and Samaria, if you look like geographically, like, they are like, it's a higher ground. It's basically, Israel will not be defensible if you would create a Palestinian state in Judea and Samaria. Israel would be destroyed. The only way that you would have a two-state solution is with another peaceful nation.
Right.
Not
That's
with
why my interest continues to be making sure that both societies are politically, all institutionally, socially, right, prepared to be peaceful with each other. I'm not laying blame, right? I'm just saying, right, that.
No, but you don't have any influence on them. You can influence us.
That's right.
And if you would,
that's right. I have no influence on them. Absolutely right.
And they don't have, like in Israel, I would find dozens of like peace organizations that are Palestinian Jewish or Palestinian Israeli, from ceremony, organization, activities, like many of them. I will not find one in the Palestinian Authority. I will not find one in Gaza. I will not find one.
I keep looking also.
So that is like, this is the reality. This is what I said before about the complexity. Yes, we do acknowledge the complexity. We do try, but if there is no partner, and this is the point, there is no partner. It's not like there are two peaceful nations that needs to find a resolve and let's find a solution. Their solution, they say there is only one solution: Intifada revolution. Not them, but you know, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. When you hear them talking to people on the street, like, okay, yes, they are being taught from birth, Israel is yours, you were ethnically cleansed, and it's your right. They use our right of return as if it's a real right. It's not a name of a law, it's an actual right, and it's not just they are delusional. The UN supports this notion that they have this right of return. So they get kind of like this legitimacy stamp that our struggle is legitimate.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. We have no influence on them, and I'm much more concerned. You know, I've committed my professional life to the Jews, so like I'm much more concerned with us. And something I find that's very ironic, right, is that we are so utterly unique, the Jews, in our history, in all kinds of things about us. There's something unique about the Jewish people, and we're also just like everybody else. And it's like this tension for me that like I try to make it a catalyst and not an excuse. In other words, you're right when you said before, yeah, when we have Jewish criminals and Jewish garbage men and Herzl's dream and all that stuff, right? We became a nation like every other nation. And the downside of that is we became a nation like every other nation. right? We've stopped understanding what is the ultimate uniqueness about the Jewish people, and how, and this is my religious mind coming out now too, right? Like, what does Or LaGoyim look like? It looks like being a nation like every other nation, the best way that any nation has ever done it.
And I think that's what we're doing. Also fighting this war. And I think that they know, by the way, I think the reason that we are attacked on our morality, war crimes, genocide, baby killers, it's all about an attack on our morality, because this is our strong suit. The humanity, the morality, I mean, this is why, by the way, and it's always twisted. You were not able to kill Hamas, and it takes you too long, like all those things that we are, or like even when we are warning population, you are forcibly displacing them. So this is why I say we need to know with ourselves that we are moral. And yes, maybe the world doesn't get it. As you said, a beacon of humanity. And maybe it will take time. Maybe people retrospectively will look at this and will understand and will kind of, I don't know, will fix their ways.
Do you think, what do you think about law? I mean, morality, ethics, virtue. I mean, when you're in contradiction to the law, so, Uniform Code of Military Justice, there's two sets of laws, and these Free Pally, terrorist supporters are essentially playing one side of the fence and ignoring the other side of the fence, which is essentially the lawfare or the law of war. They never ever talk about law, ever.
Well, the law only applies to Israel. I mean, the humanitarian law, the law of armed conflict and all those, like Geneva Conventions and genocide prevention, it's about nations. I think that Caleb kind of said it before. It comes from the notion that governments or like the armies are said to protect their own people. They didn't take this. What is happening right now, that we are fighting this militia government that is also using their own population, that they, like, usually you care if your people get hurt. They actually see it as a win. And those laws, and what do? Like with like breaking the law. I mean, Hamas breaks the law every single day. Every bullet that they fire, every rocket that they launch, every time that they step out without uniform, I don't need to list them because you guys know them. All of them are against the law. But who is accused? Who is being blamed for breaking the law, war crimes, baby killers? It's Israel. And I do think that law is important, of course. And I do think that law is on our side as well. I don't think that Israel broke the law. Yes, there could be mistakes. I don't think that any country is perfect. And obviously, when you have an army that is basically everyone, yes, as there are like rapists in our society and murderers in our society, there could be also soldiers that break the law. Definitely. And even commit war crimes, but it doesn't say that Israel commits war crimes. Same as you wouldn't say Israel raped someone.
Well, when you and your family, like, if you go to these anti-Benjamin Netanyahu protests, I mean, look what's on the other side of the fence. I mean, you're talking about, like, total evil. I mean, if you watch any of those Yahya Sinwar speeches, where he's foaming at the mouth, holding up a baby with an AK-47, like, you're talking about you need somebody with maybe the political and, the ruthlessness of, you could say, top tier politics to counteract those types of politics. Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't, it's always so one-sided when you go to a protest. It's like, if you could be instantly transported over there, you'd be like, oh, I'd be protesting here too. But unfortunately, I can only protest here.
I'm not sure that I followed you.
Meaning that, like, even prior to October 7th, there was this whole judicial Supreme Court, protest,
right.
situation happening on Clown House as well, just never-ending conversations about the Supreme Court. And then real priorities take effect. So what I'm saying is, like, if you think Benjamin Netanyahu is corrupt and part of, like, a fascist regime, I mean, it's yin and yang. Like, you need the opposite of your enemy to counteract and balance and create an equilibrium. The balance is there. Like, Netanyahu is that balancing agent or the catalyst for creating
Balancing to what?
Palestinian Hamas Islamic terrorist extremism.
No, I think it's mixing two things. I think that most of the people that are demonstrating against Bibi Netanyahu, it has nothing to do with the Palestinians. It has nothing to do with Hamas. It's about him and the way that he's taking down the level of our parliament and our government. I mean, look at the people that he surrounds himself with in the Likud party, that used to be a very respected party with a lot of very respected people. Now you have Bibi Netanyahu and a bunch of nobodies because he doesn't want to have a competition, which at the end affects us because those people are ministers and they are incompetent.
I think that
and we want to.
I think, Daniel, I think you should pause for one moment. The reality, I go to Israel all the time. The reality is, in my opinion, Daniel, and I'll be very brief, when Israel was founded, it was dominated by Ashkenazi people, and there is evidence that the Ashkenazi people persecuted the Mizrahi people. And I would interpret Netanyahu's rule as rule by the Mizrahi. The overwhelming majority of Ashkenazi people, especially educated Ashkenazi people, they hate him because he's very similar to Trump. He represents the uneducated class. And so when Americans see protests against Netanyahu, they need to understand it's a racial protest. It's not, everyone in Israel is unified in terms of fighting the Palestinians. The war over Netanyahu is really a war between the educated, snobby Ashkenazi and the working class Sephardic Mizrahi people. I'm done speaking. If you disagree in any way, you can criticize me.
I will not criticize you, but I do disagree with you. I think this racial thing is nonsense. Me living in Israel, the first time that I even knew that there is something called Mizrahi or Sephardi is in my 30s. And, and then I was like, okay, who was in my class? Okay, I had some people that were darker, people that were whiter. It was a non-issue. It's not an issue. When I hired people to work for me, no one cares. And you talk about him being the representative of the oppressed. He's a fucking he's an Ashkenazi living in Caesarea, multimillionaire, owning 3 houses. He's actually exploiting and promoting this divide that does not exist, because this is something that happened maybe at the beginning of Israel, because there were people coming from different places. Some are more educated, some are less, and there was different accents and different education level. But now, 2024-5, they're everybody's mixed. Ashkenazi is marrying a Moroccan, a Yemenite is marrying a Polish, and their children, what are they? It doesn't exist anymore. It just kind of keeps on harping. And you know what? If that is the case, that it's about helping the poor Mizrahim, why doesn't it do anything? To help the peripheral cities? Nothing. It's just, it's another reason why he should go, because he's promoting this and exploiting this. It's not about solving it. It's not about bringing a cure. It's basically propagating it. Basically, they created this.
I agree in part. I mean, what you're pointing out, Hubert, the phenomenon of Mizrahi and Sephardim voting being the largest Likud voting bloc. We could inquire about that and say, why is that happening? What is attractive about the Likud party platform and Netanyahu to this part of the population? Now, that would be a fascinating question. I don't know if there's polling on that or anything like that, but that would be interesting. That would be interesting to try to figure out. Which leads me to another observation about Israeli society, which is most of it is Sephardi Mizrahi, population-wise, amongst the Jews, and then if you add in the Arabs, right, so then you're overwhelmingly sort of the political culture that people come with is a Middle Eastern political culture. And the minority political culture is actually the West. Now that's something telling about what's going on inside, internal to Israeli society and Israeli politics. In part, you have this, right? I think in part you have a bit of a clash between Middle Eastern style politics and Western style politics, and they're trying to figure it out.
Well, I'd like to hear from everyone on the stage, but I feel that I love you and Daniel. Let me just be very brief. I love you and Daniel, but you and Daniel are obviously, you have a very, very high IQ, very high education level. I don't have confidence that you and Daniel really understand people who are much stupider than you and much less educated. Not because you're a bad person, but it's just because you don't live and breathe with low IQ tribal people. So you guys are maybe too sophisticated to understand the voters. I'm done speaking.
You know, when the Likud party that has a majority like Mizrahi voters, when they had like David Levy, you know who David Levy? He was like someone coming from where was it? Sderot, I don't remember exactly where he lived. Like,
yeah, he was like from Sderot or
Sderot, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
And the voters did not vote him, and that was like a big thing, you know. First time he's running for the head of the Likud, which kind of could lead him to be prime minister, and he lost by the Mizrahi themselves. To be honest, I don't think that the Israeli society looks at race like the American society. The American society, the race is very, very, it's in everywhere. Like still today, like I see shows, I hear Clubhouse, I see like everything is really surrounding race. For us, I don't see it. I honestly tell you that.
I respectfully disagree, Josh. I have evidence that you're wrong. Okay. The last time I was in Israel, I went to the Negev. Okay. I went to the Negev. I went to the working class communities in the Negev, which I recommend you go if you get the opportunity. And just dress like a schlep. Do me a favor. Dress like a poor schlep and talk to the people in the Negev, and they will tell you that they hate educated Ashkenazi people because their perception is highly educated Ashkenazi people in your social class, Daniel, look down on them.
So why do they champion Netanyahu and the Likud? What's the exchange going on there?
It's not, it shouldn't be hard for you to understand. It's exactly the same reason why working class people support Geert Wilders in the Netherlands. Working class people support Marine Le Pen in France. Working class people support Nigel Farage in the UK. Working class people all support Trump in the US. Like, come on, get a fucking clue. Israel is not different than the rest of the world. Working class people hate highly educated folks who they suspect look down on them. And that's true in every fucking country in the world. And I'm sorry for being so exercised. I'm going to go to the audience for a while. I think
hang on.
I think you're pretending to be stupider than you are.
No, stay, because now something clicked for me. Are you saying it is racism on the part of the Ashkenazi elites, or it's just perceived racist? That's what the people are saying. That's what the Mizrahim in Dimona and Ofakim and Arad are saying. Because my guess is it's probably a little bit of both. I'm sure there is some elitism.
I mean, when he says that the working class people of France and all these other countries, they're the disaffected people who look at the immigration and they say, why are we giving away all of our national surplus to these people? It should be coming to us. Where's our nationalism? So, I mean, Hubert, I mean, if you want to come back up, I don't understand why internally in Israel, maybe they have the same sentiment but even in America, that sentiment has resulted in Trump MAGA populism, nationalism.
But don't you find it ironic, right?
Yeah, I think that the people, I think that, first of all, I hope I'm not coming across as rude, but I think David and Caleb, because they have such incredibly high IQ and such high educations, they just don't understand working class people, in my view. Not anywhere in the world. They wouldn't understand, in my humble view, they wouldn't understand a working class person in West Virginia or in Marseille or anywhere. They just understand, they're not, but they don't understand in class low IQ people think.
But again, I don't think that Mizrahi are low IQ. I think it's about opportunities. And if the Likud, or like whatever Netanyahu, wants to help those poor people, so in the last, 20 years, how many schools did he open in Sderot? Why does he move a university over there? Like, maybe there is a problem, where they are mixed. Like, check how many Mizrahis are in the Haifa Technion. You will find many of them. running banks. Like, yes, maybe if you are on the peripheria and you don't have like access to proper things, then you have like less chances. So you would vote someone that will kind of change that, not reinforce it. And that is why I'm thinking that he's not the solution, he's part of the problem. And making it bigger, not making it smaller. Because making it bigger is good for politics, because, you know, divide and conquer. If people are oppressed and you are the salvation, they will vote for you. If you provide a solution, then you're not relevant anymore.
Kubert, I don't understand. Why don't you think Daniel and Caleb can sympathize with working class people that don't have higher education?
Because I think that they were born with very, very high IQ and they got a very good education. And I believe that and I'm not criticizing, I believe they socialized mostly with other high IQ educated people. I don't believe that they actually spend very substantial time with extremely uneducated working class people. That's my view.
So I will surprise you that I even have family from Sderot, and I don't think it's about race, because again, it's maybe about opportunities. Yes, I got good education, but so did my Moroccan, Iraqi, Yemeni friends that were in the same class as me. It's not about race, it's because where I was born. It's not a racial thing, it's not like in Mizrahi versus Faradi. Like, my class, we had everybody literally from everywhere. I even have people from abroad, like, and not like, you know, like Romania and like not like Eastern Europe. And we were all getting the same education. So maybe in the peripheria where you have like maybe communities of Mizrahi that do not integrate, they need to get more investment. So yes, they should have a politician that takes care of them. But I just don't think it's about race. It's maybe about geography. In Tel Aviv, and where I was born, yes, we have everything from everyone, from Ethiopians to the most like translucent Ashkenazis. But we all get the same education and same opportunities.
I think there's another factor. Okay, let me be brief, and then I want to hear from our good friend Pepe. But
you don't have to be brief. Every time you say that, I'll be short.
I'll try to be brief. Let me try to be brief. I like the Israeli concept of new. And I'm actually surprised in these rooms I never hear new stated.
You saying new?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you meant.
No?
What do you mean new?
New is a Hebrew, hold on, new is a Hebrew word. There's no English translation. What new means is, yes, I agree with what you're saying, but you're taking too long to say it, so speed it the fuck up. That's the way it's used in Hebrew.
It's has many uses. There's many uses.
Yes.
We're gonna find out very soon.
I'm asking you, do you think I'm accurately describing the way Israelis use new, or do you think I'm lying?
No, first of all, it's new, not new, like new and new. And we have, you can use it in a few ways, but a lot of time you're right.
We're gonna conquer Israel. Fuck the Jews. We're gonna conquer all of Israel. Fuck the Jews. We're gonna conquer you all like Saladin did, but this time we're gonna do massacres. Fuck it.
Okay. It's about like hurrying people up, like like.
Yeah. Why? I'm not trying to be an asshole. I have an honest question. Why the fuck do I never hear that word on Clubhouse? Because that's the word. That could be the best Israeli contribution to Clubhouse, is getting that word in circulation.
Because you don't speak Hebrew, I guess, here. I didn't notice it, the new. Did I say new here before? Or did I tell you no?
No, to the best of my knowledge, I am the only person in the fucking history of Clubhouse that has ever used it on Clubhouse. I am the newest and the onlyest one.
Can I tell you something, Huber? And here's I think the reason why it's not being used. And I don't say this with any joy or glee or patting myself on the back or anything like that. Most of the Jews here who are still here wouldn't understand it.
That's true. That's why my favorite person on Clubhouse is Pepe, because Pepe speaks the truth. Pepe doesn't give a fuck about offending people. I've seen Pepe go into rooms and speak the truth, and by speaking the truth, he offends every single race, every political group, and every religion on Clubhouse. I don't know if anyone as fearless as Pepe, respectfully.
Yeah, but Pepe has wasted a lot of time on this app, and
Hold on, let Pepe respond. Pepe.
Well, the things, yeah. Well, you know the rooms I used to make. I don't really have like, how do I put it? I'm not like an advertising friendly person. I don't really. I guess I was wasting my time. I mean, I don't know.
So I come on Clubhouse to learn from people that think the opposite of me. If there's a room where everyone agrees with me, I will leave very, very quickly. Because why the fuck do I want to spend time with people that agree with me? I'm here to learn.
yeah, but just because you get the opposite position of your position doesn't mean you're going to learn anything. And I mean, when I say Pepe wasted time, he didn't waste time. He wasted time in the sense that he created a lot of content, but didn't capture it, and it's not family friendly. So it's comedy, but it's such extreme comedy. It gets labeled as hate speech.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying this room is being captured and/or recorded?
No, I'm saying Pepe should have done that with his comedy routines with Mon. Every day he had huge rooms here, and he should have replatformed it and created a podcast. I mean, look at his PTR. Like, he looks like Mr. Podcast. Instead, he just comes here to waste his time. He's created nothing with his, content.
Honestly, I have these you do know that you can get bored of something, right? Like, you have so many iterations of the same topic. It's just like, it really is not, it's not that interesting.
Yeah, but welcome to daily communication.
As your friend, I would suggest, hold on. I would suggest that you pivot to using Clubhouse to find girlfriends and stop the other stuff you're doing, respectfully.
Maybe girlfriend, not friends.
You're not going to find any girlfriends here,
That would
Cuber.
mean I'd have to give up my true identity, and I don't need to do that with, the stuff I've said.
I took a chick out on a date the other day to my boat and to lunch, and she's a Free Palestine person who believes that the largest genocide in human history is being live streamed for all the world to see. And I'm like, so young, so beautiful, but just.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, is she beautiful at least? Because obviously.
Yeah, she's beautiful because she's young, 23, 24, 25, but just highly politicized, highly polarized, and really it's her mental health is, being fried. She's constantly in a state of anxiety. So unless you really learn meditation or how to create peace, like this type of shit causes people to get arrested. I mean, I've witnessed hundreds of people get arrested outside of the federal office that I work at that are protesting. And a lot of these young people are Jewish. And I'm like, you're going to ruin your Shabbos. And they're smiling and laughing. Like, it's because...
Getting arrested for something like that is, like, not life-altering. It's just...
No, in Chicago, they just released it.
What career you want? Well, hold on. Let's unpack this for a second. So, first of all, all the mental health research shows that young single women who are liberal, the vast majority have serious mental problems. It's easy to confirm that. Whereas young single women that are conservative, very few have mental problems. That's point one. Point two is when people are arrested, it does close certain career opportunities off from them for life and open others. It depends on what you think the trajectory of hiring will be in the U.S. I actually do believe that getting arrested for being pro-Hamas will hurt their career in most career fields. I'm done speaking.
I'll just say this regarding the whole Israeli thing. I think I'm watching in real time, like, the permanent... how do I put this? Israel had very special, I guess you could say, treatment with the United States and the West in general, and I think it's being floundered right now, and that it's really going to be. I don't really see them coming back after this.
Well, I think that you can hold on a second. Let me respond to that very briefly. You can love Israel and you can actually believe that Israel handled this matter exactly right. So let's just take a person that loves Israel and thinks Israel handled this exactly right, but still say this attack did help Iran tremendously, right? Because by doing this attack, Iran was able to activate every single leftist, every single progressive in the world to being anti-Israel. And so I think that Iran knew that a lot of Palestinians would be killed as a result of October 7th, and Iran was smart. They knew that the more Palestinians that were killed, the more anti-Israel that the leftists would become.
No, I agree, but I think even coming from the right, it's now, even I have a lot of issues, not with the state of Israel, but with, the state is obviously involved, but
let me ask Pepe. Let me ask you a humble question. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing in any way. Do you think that if after the October 7th attacks happened, let's imagine Israel just appealed to the world for diplomacy for 3 years and there was no military response? I'm asking you, you're as an honest broker, do you think Israel would be better off if there was no military response, just a diplomatic response? Answer honestly. No. Answer honestly.
No, because they would have. First of all, by not responding, that would just they would invite even stronger attacks. I do think what they should have done is invited the international media. Yes, it puts them at risk, but international media has always been allowed in war zones, including in Iraq and so forth.
That's not true. That's not true. You can Google now. Go to your ChatGPT and ask what are the zones that are not allowed. Right now, in the war in Ukraine, there are so many restricted areas to journalists exactly for the same reason. The thing that you are saying is what everybody is saying because of lack of knowledge. You are always, and this is the exact double standard, is to tell Israel is doing something, ignoring that it's happening everywhere all the time, and kind of either pretending or just being like not knowledgeable that it does happen. And one second, let me finish, please. And the fact is that if the journalists that went into Lebanon, for example, they said that they were extorted by threatening their colleagues that if they would report anything bad, something would happen to their colleagues. And last point is that if any of those people will be killed, doesn't matter by who or by what, Israel will be blamed. So I don't understand why Israel allowed this.
Daniel, let me respond. I want to take this in another direction, and if you don't like what I'm saying, please kick me out of the room, okay? My direction is, if I was in charge of Israel, I would have done something neither of you suggested. If I was in charge of Israel on October 8th, why don't you let me finish?
What?
If you don't kick him out of the room,
Amos, hold on 1 second.
If you don't kick Amos off the stage, I'm going to kick him off.
Hubert, hold on 1 second. Amos, please. Amos, I'm asking you, I will come to you.
You cannot have a break and dance music a little bit.
I will dance, but please don't interrupt, okay? Thank you.
Okay, if I was in charge of Israel on October 8th, it would have been very simple. I would have said, this is a scheme.
We're losing you, or is it just me? I think we lost you, Gilbert.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
This attack was planned, and please let me finish. Why don't you motherfucking let me finish?
Hold on, we did. My God, we let you.
Why don't you let me finish?
For fuck's sake, shut up for a second. I'm trying to tell you that we didn't hear a word you said because you were cut off. For fuck's sake, relax. I'm asking you to restart because we didn't hear anything you said. Please relax and don't curse me, and please be respectful because I'm respectful to you.
Well, then let me finish. For
fuck's sake, I'm telling you that we couldn't hear you. This is why I stopped you to tell you to start over. Do you fucking understand?
You're in the Matrix.
Words that are coming out of my
Cuber, you were in the Matrix.
No, because I'm in my car and there's background noise. That's why. I'm in my car and there's background noise. So I think that things are a little too heated. Maybe I'll come back to your room tomorrow, respectfully.
It's heated because you started cursing when you had a problem with your mic, and I tried to tell you that there's a problem with your mic, but you kept on blabbering and cursing me that I just wanted to hear you. So you can say I'm sorry.
Okay.
You can say I'm sorry and just move on.
Okay. Allow me to apologize. I fear that I act as a total asshole, as I sometimes do. So will you accept my apology because it's sincere?
Yes, please go on.
Okay. If I was in charge of Israel, as an Israeli patriot, as a Zionist, I would have said very simply, very quietly, this is a provocation. Iran wants us to kill Palestinians. Everyone, every single person in the leadership in Tehran is hoping and praying to Allah that we attack Palestinians. And maybe if we were stupid, we would, but we're too smart to attack Palestinians. Instead of attacking Palestinians, we are going to appeal to the entire world to start dropping bombs on Iran. 100% of the military effort is going to be focused on dropping bombs on Iran. We will not kill a single Palestinian. We're going to kill Iranians, and we're going to keep killing Iranian mullahs. We're going to kill every single religious leader in Iran with no exceptions until the hostages are freed. And we're asking for America. We're showing incredible restraint by not killing any Palestinians. We're asking for every ally of Israel, especially America, give us a fuckload of free weapons, give us everything we want so that we can destroy every mullah in Iran. And if America gives us weapons, as long as America keeps giving us a shitload of weapons, we won't kill any Palestinians, we'll kill Iranians. Now, in my view, ever suggested this. No Zionist has suggested it. No anti-Semite. No one except me is suggesting that the war should have been against Iran. The war should not have been in Gaza. It should have been against Iran. I want to hear brutal criticism of my humble view.
I don't think that the world will stop. We left. We welcome.
How y'all guys doing today?
One second. What was the name of the defense minister when the war started? Daniel.
Yoav Gallant.
Yeah, Yoav Gallant suggested exactly that. So you're not the first one to bring it up. He suggested it in the war room. He said we should ignore the South and go full and destroy Hezbollah. They already have to be first set up and go after Iran. And then when that's done, go into Gaza.
They already did that already. So what are you talking about?
He said this on October 8th.
Iran already got hit. What's the other people that got hit? Jordan don't got hit.
What are you talking
Jordan? Jordan was 1960.
Jordan Graham got hit 6 months ago. What are you talking about? Jordan got hit.
I don't know what you're talking about. But by who?
Iran got hit. Afghanistan got hit.
What is he talking
By who? By who? By who?
By the U.S. and the Israelis.
Okay, when did Israel attack Jordan?
When Jordan said they were part of that terrorist group. What's the name of that group?
They never said it. Jordan is a state, you understand it. They're not part of any terrorist group.
No, yeah, but they got hit. Jordan tried to play. Jordan got blockaded by America. So we blockaded Jordan.
What? What are you talking about?
Jordan got blockaded by America.
I'm not sure what you're talking. Maybe you're confusing with another country.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm thinking that maybe that you are kind of mixing things up. Israel did not attack Jordan. Jordan did get hit by rockets that fell on their. Hold on, let me finish. No. Jordan, please listen to what I'm saying because words matter. Jordan was not attacked. Rockets that flew from, for example, Iran and were intercepted fell in Jordan territory. But the targeting was Israel. Jordan was never like a target, and they were not attacked by anyone that I know of. Especially not by us.
Attack Israel. We got the dome. You can attack Israel. We got the dome. So we attack Lebanon. We attack Lebanon. Right? We shot them back to Lebanon. We shot them back to Jordan. We shot him back to what the other people? What's their name?
He is we.
I know, but he's saying we. Who's we that is going to Lebanon?
That's his name. That's his name. We.
Okay, this is. So anyway, Asuki left, but he said no one suggested taking the war to Iran. Yoav Galan did exactly that, and he did it on October 8th.
And how do you tell the world that why, like, again, I think that it's a bit naive to think that they cannot twist it against Israel regardless. Like, regardless what we do.
That's why Netanyahu shot it down, because he's a politician, although Yoav Galan is probably a better warrior.
Yeah.
And also, not only that, what do you do with the reservists, 350,000 reservists that are ready to go to war with?
Israel is surrounded by our enemies on all sides.
What do you do with 350,000 reservists that are ready to go into Gaza and now tell them, no, we're going to be focused on that?
And y'all can't do nothing in Gaza.
And what about and attacking Iran? First of all, Hamas is not a proxy of Iran, okay?
We already attacked Iran.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like every time that someone speaks, you speak over them. You want to speak, I will let you speak. Go ahead and speak. But you speak while other people are speaking. It's really hard to listen.
I apologize.
Go ahead, speak.
No, go ahead. I apologize.
Okay. Say things that are remotely connected to reality, a little bit.
And again, we need the hostages. Hamas is not a proxy of Iran. Iran can be attacked, and they will tell Hamas release the hostages. Hamas has their own ideology. It will not. I don't see how Iran can force Hamas to do anything.
But that's where you got it, Daniel, wrong. That there's no difference. You guys are all the enemy. It doesn't matter what you want to call it. It does not matter. Lebanon has been attacked. If you want to call them Hezbollah, they've been attacked. Iran has been attacked. Even to Afghanistan.
No, Lebanon was not attacked. Lebanon attacked and then got retaliation. But
exactly. So they attacked and nothing hit us. A couple missiles hit us because we got the dome. A couple missiles hit us and we fucked y'all up. So what are you talking after that, Daniel?
What did you ask at the end?
Y'all attacked and we fucked y'all up. What did you do after that?
We continue attacking until the threat is gone. That is the concept of war.
And we kept fucking you up. And y'all still getting fucked up. We still got the Iron Dome, and you cannot attack us.
Who is you and who is we? I'm not sure that I'm... Yes.
Who is we? I'm an American. I'm for Israel.
Okay, so and who is you? And who's you? Oh, that wasn't me.
I mean, honestly, how long do you want to have a conversation with somebody who's incoherent?
Well, then I wouldn't come to Clubhouse. So I don't see how that would be helpful, you know? And it's not just the threat of Hamas that Iran cannot stop. It's the hostages. And, you know, we had full 100% legitimacy, and still we are in the position that we are. They kidnapped children, babies, they murdered them. They slaughtered 1,200 people. They made thousands. We don't need any more excuse. If the world doesn't see it, and this I'm telling also to Pepe, following what you said before, if the world stands against Israel, yes, that is our problem, but it's also a stain on their society. And, you know, like anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is not something that the Jews should take care of. It's something that is a problem for society. And if a country becomes anti-Semitic, that is stain on their flag, not on us. Yes, we are being attacked, but it doesn't stain us. Same with this anti-Jewish, anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, whatever you want to call it, rhetoric or allegiance with Hamas. Yes, we are suffering from it, but the stain is not on us. That is my point.
Well, I know people like to push back.
Oh my God!
I know that a lot of Jews will push back against this, or I should say Zionist Jews, but criticizing Israel, which a lot of people have started to do in the West, number one, I think that just like after the invasion of Iraq, a lot of people were protesting the American government, the military going in there, and you know there was 1 million people that were killed. A lot of course, service members that permanently scarred and killed. I do think like the Rubicon was crossed where, okay, there is quite a bit of innocent casualties. We can forget about the ratio of enemy combatants to civilians killed. It's still going to rub a lot of people the wrong way, and it's going to be very hurtful for them to see. So you guys are getting that feedback, and I don't think it's.
Well, they don't have a military uniform. They do not have a military uniform. They want to say we are military and hide behind civilians. So when we bomb fucking hospitals and stuff like that, they're gonna say, "Oh, we're not fucking military." So have a military uniform and a military flag and stand on it. They don't have that. They hide behind their people. That's why their people die, and they want to blame.
I'm aware of this. I don't think it's. To be honest, I don't think it's criticism of Israel. I think that if there's a nation that I would phrase it differently. I don't think there are people that criticize Israel more than Israelis themselves. Okay. It's not about criticism, blaming us. We can hear it up. 1 second, let me mute him up. Blaming us. I'm trying to mute you up, so stay muted. Thank you. Okay. It's not criticism. Genocide is not criticism. Ethnic cleansing is not criticism. War crimes, killing babies, those are not criticism. This is blood libel.
No, I said civilian deaths. I didn't know. To be fair, I said civilian deaths. I would say like.
Here's the problem with what you're saying.
But listen, you guys don't have a military uniform. Shut up.
First of all, why is he on stage? First of all, Pepe, the criticism came before Israel even responded. So to say that it's okay, we're just responding to how far and how much is completely irrelevant to what Daniel said, because the criticism, quote unquote, started way before. So they basically said Hamas had the right to attack and you have the right to respond. That was what the world responded immediately. Second of all, there is no disproportionate response. There actually is. What Israel's doing is extremely measured, way more than most countries any country would do in a similar situation. And to try to bring in the Iraq War, when there was definitely a lot of anti-American going on, but with most of the criticism was we don't want to be involved in this war across the road, and to try to talk back to people that were murdered in their own homes and are protecting their homes is not an analogy at all. So you can criticize Israel if you have a legitimate criticism, but to say that Hamas is resistance and they have the right to murder you, and when you respond, you're the villain. I mean, you're definitely putting not even a double standard, just like arbitrary complaint against only one side.
That's not. But I'm not. You guys know me well enough to know I'm not pro-Palestinian. And so,
no, I know, but I'm saying.
But I would say, like, okay, look at Piers Morgan, for example. He's somebody who I never heard say anything negative about Jews. He's actually been a strong supporter of Israel and condoned Israel responding militarily. But even he's kind of been like, oh, it's a little too much. And I think that you're going to see people do that. That's just
that's
natural.
Piers Morgan is someone that just likes to be liked. Like, he doesn't have a spine. He just wobbles, from one place to the other. He doesn't even have a critical standing to actually take an opinion on something. And no, I don't think it is too much. And you're talking about civilians. Do you even know how many civilians there are?
Well,
because you would be
there is no real number.
You would be the only person in the world that knows how many civilians have died, because there's no way to know. There are a lot of militants that are disguised as civilians, and so they make it impossible for the IDF to fight them, because precisely they have to go door by door, and then when they open the door and they go with the hands up, pretending they're civilians, and they're like, okay, fine, we're looking for this and that and for weapons and da-da-da, and then the other quote-unquote civilians get out of the house and shoot them, and a lot of IDF soldiers have died like that, because they have been obliged to go house by house respecting the so-called civilians when they are not civilians, and they are killed.
You know how many stories I heard from hostages?
Taking a position on what's right or wrong. He's telling you what the situation is, what the optics situation is.
Yeah, the optics. Yeah, we know the optics. I'm saying it's not criticism when you. Let me ask you, Pepe. You're talking about the civilian deaths in Gaza. Do you know any other war that happened in the last 10 years and the number of casualties? Even one that's happening right now?
Every war has casualties, and I would say
No. I'm asking. No. My question is: do you know the number of any war in the last 10 years, including ones that are happening right now? Give me a number.
Well, there's the one that's currently like a civil war in Myanmar.
What is the number?
Sudan. I don't know.
No. So my point is, there are wars going on everywhere, including now Ukraine. You don't know the numbers, okay? There's hyper focus on Israel. It's not about criticism. It's about double standards.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
You tell me. Yes, there's a real reason for this.
I think Israel is kind of seen as being more or less one of us, like in terms of countries in the West. We're countries that are highly involved with Israel. Our societies are very similar. I'm sure there's differences, but very similar. So we kind of we focus on what happens to people like ourselves in countries that we're connected with, civilizations like our own, far more than South Sudan. How many people do you know from South Sudan? And what the fuck do they even eat there? I don't know.
What about Ukraine? How many people? I'm sure you know people about Ukraine. Yeah, exactly. But how many people died in Ukraine? How many civilians died in Ukraine? Is it 100,000? Is it 500? Do you even have a ballpark? Do you hear about it in the news? Like daily reports about hospitals being bombed and journalists not allowed to go in? No, you don't hear about it, so you think it doesn't exist. There's hyper focus on Israel. No, you don't know because no one tells you about this.
But here, we have updates all the time. What are you talking about?
So tell me, how many casualties are in Ukraine? Give me a ballpark.
Oh,
is it 100,000?
I've heard
300? Is it 500?
I heard it's like when it comes to fighting forces, it's approaching 1 million for the Russians.
No, civilians.
Civilians? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's tens of thousands.
Are you sure?
But here's the thing, though. If I say Putin is a murderer, he's a thug, and he's fucking the place up and killing civilians, I'm not going to get much pushback from that. So it's not really that controversial.
I don't know. Ukraine just did a massive attack deep within Russia, and they got pushback from people claiming that it was escalation. And then Trump tweeted out, or social out, whatever, that it was badass and like the best thing he ever did. So they're definitely pushback.
Yeah, people fight. There's a lot of weird things going on where I think there's foreign involvement online. I think it's also taking place with the Israel war.
So you're saying that basically?
Are there Russians on U.S. campuses that can't get to class because they're being blamed for the Russian aggression, or vice versa? Are there Ukrainians that are being blamed? Like, are there tents? Okay. Are there like marches in support of one side or the other that are getting firebombed, and then when the person gets deported, they're like, no, you can't do it. You can't support that person. So what are we even talking about? Like, what is
Sure, I don't know. I think once again, you guys are fashionable to hate and say like Israel sucks, to deny your history, your existence, to delegitimize it. Because you guys are seen, they look at you as a bunch of white colonizers, just like they look at white people in the West.
There's a double standard.
And so, there was days where white people couldn't go to campus and shit. Like,
my point is, you're proving my point. It's not a criticism. It's brainwash, it's lies, it's fabrication, it's blood libels. I cannot, like when you say majority whites, it's completely wrong. It's completely wrong.
I know, but that's not how they look at it.
I understand, but this is the problem. And you need to understand why there's such a twisted perception of Israel. And it's not because of us. There are forces that are brainwashing people. And this is why I said the stain is not on us. It's on you, on your education system, on your moral values, on your whatever, not on us. The fact that you are letting your society be corrupted with lies, fabrication, blood libels, and all that, That is a you problem. Yes, we pay the price, but you will pay the price as well because it's a moral collapse of your societies, not ours.
Well, hold on, Pepe. I've listened patiently for 20 minutes. I think you should yield the mic for a second, respectfully. Okay, so this conversation is tired. The people have been arguing the morality and the ethics of Israel's response for years and years. It's a tired conversation. I'm asking both of you to let me speak for 1 second to change the lens, okay? Because I believe that Israel's response was 100% morally right, 100% morally right, but it was still a retarded response. And the problem in this room is we have some people saying Israel's response is moral, and some people saying it's immoral, but space for a different point of view. We're willing to open.
Hubert, hold on. You have a very bad reception, and we're losing you for like 10 seconds during your.
Okay.
So
I'd like to politely. If you can hear me, I would like to politely suggest that Israel's response was moral, it was ethical, but it was stupid. Now, if you're open to having that conversation, I'm happy to have it, Daniel. If you're not, then
you need to give me a bit more than stupid, though. Like.
Okay, I'll answer you I'm going to be very succinct and responsible. In America, Osama bin Laden was living in a cave, and he did September 11th. When he did September 11th, he was praying. He was praying that America would be stupid enough to respond by invading Afghanistan. Now, that's very important you understand that, Daniel. By invading Afghanistan, America did exactly what Osama bin Laden wanted. Our entire nation, every single person in America, did the most retarded thing possible, and we did exactly what Osama wanted, and shame on one in America who supported the invasion of Afghanistan. I'm trying to make that same analogy in Israel. When Iran planned this attack, Iran wanted Israel to invade Gaza. Wanted it. They knew Israel would invade Gaza. Please let me finish. The Iranians were smart enough to know that when Israel invaded Gaza, all the retarded leftists in America and around the world, the female leftist retards, millions of them all over the world would come to hate Israel. And you know something? The Iranians were correct. And Israel responded exactly the way Iran to make this thing. You're so...
We are losing you again, Hubert. We are losing you.
Defending how Israel did.
We are losing you. We lost you.
Please consider my point of view.
No, I heard like until the last 10 seconds. I tell you where I think that you are wrong in your analogy. Afghanistan, okay, where are you? Oh, he left. Okay, so I will tell you where I think he's wrong in his analogy. Gaza is 10 meters away, not thousands of miles away. Hamas is a threat. I don't think Osama bin Laden was an active, yes, he attacked the United States, but once they attacked, it was more like in a way, a revenge. It wasn't that it was an active threat, this dude. And the last thing is that Hamas took hostages. So all those three differences makes it a huge difference. An active threat on our borders with hostages is not like, oh, we were attacked and we can respond today, in a week, in 6 months, or not. That was a decision the United States had. We don't have the same decision. So I don't see the resemblance in those cases.
So why don't you have the same? Why don't you have that? Why do you feel like you don't have that same privilege? Why do you feel like that, Daniel?
I didn't say anything like this.
Yes, you did.
I said.
Go ahead.
He said that he thinks that it's stupid because Osama bin Laden wanted Afghanistan to be attacked, and the United States did it, and it was stupid on their behalf. I'm saying the United States had a choice that Israel does not. Afghanistan is thousands of miles away.
Israel's with us, so you're wrong with that. Israel is with America. Israel has always been with America.
Dude, listen. You either join the conversation or not. I'm not sure what you're doing, and I'm not sure if you're drunk or if you're high or what's going on.
Wait, let me respond to what Hubert said. Listen, wait. I think he has a point in the sense that, like, you're both right? That they wanted destruction. They wanted, right? You could say we fell for it, right? That doesn't mean that there was also not a choice.
Who fell for it?
Wait.
No, I just want confirmation. Who fell for it? America fell for it?
No,
that's what Scooby is saying. That's what
some people on the stage that are retarded. I would humbly ask the moderators. I'm going to be brief. I would humbly ask the moderators to kick retards off the stage. Get in the room. I'm done speaking.
So we tried to answer you. I don't know if you heard my response because you left. I would say it like quickly and then I would pass it to Caleb.
I heard your response, Daniel. I heard your response very quickly.
Okay. So Caleb, I thought you left. Okay, so Caleb wants to
I heard your response very quickly. I'm going to respond very quickly. You are 100% correct. Israel had more justification for invading Gaza. In fact, there were compelling reasons. In fact, most smart people would say that America should have avoided invading Afghanistan. The vast majority of smart people who love Israel agree with you, Daniel, that Israel had no choice but to invade Gaza. But just because the majority of smart people agree with you doesn't mean you're right. And it's possible, I think you should open your mind that it's possible in 10 years when historians look back, they're going to decide that I was right, and you and the majority of smart people were totally wrong, and Israel should have not taken this juicy bait. I'm done speaking. And I think, Daniel, you're not used to, you spend so much time on Clubhouse, arguing with anti-Semites and people that don't love Israel. I don't think that you are used to having debates with people that love Israel just as much as you.
No, actually I do. Most of my life I had debates with only people that love Israel. As I said, Israel is a very vibrant society that we have a lot of debates with left and right and like religious and secular. We have many debates. It's like until 7th October, it was mostly internal. And I think the entire world knew about the demonstration, about the judicial reform. No, we have a lot of self-criticism. This is now a war against Israel, so I'm obviously fighting in the name of Israel, morality, humanity, law, and whatever. I just don't think that comparing this to Afghanistan has similarities, except that yes, there was a war. Gaza is literally on our border. Like I can go and see Gaza without a lens. Americans couldn't. They can walk into Israel. Afghans cannot just walk into United States. And the Afghans didn't say we would do it again and again. No, they had this opportunity. There was no immediate threat on America. There was an immediate threat on Israel because a day later there was an attack from Hezbollah. And then Houthis started. And we have hostages. Comparing it to the situation between United States post 9/11, I think it misses many important things that makes the big difference.
Well, I would say maybe why he was bringing it up, and I kind of briefly brought it up, is that I think like outside of Israel, probably similar to Israelis in Israel, there is. Look, you do get a lot of people that will be very outspoken and condemn, the actions of their current government. And war happens to be one of those things that is highly divisive and it's ugly, and you're always going to have people that protest and will just,
why weren't the Palestinians protesting Hamas, Pepe?
Despite how justified it is, I don't think there's a way to have war without people protesting it and decrying how it's, innocent people are dying. I don't even know if that's possible.
Right, and we have it in Israel as well, obviously. You have demonstrations in Israel against the war. I'm just saying that the world hyper-focus is not about morality, humanity, justice. I don't think it's any of this. I think it comes from a much more sinister place.
Pepe, it's not like they took a vote in Gaza prior to October 7th. You know that, right? It's not a democratic terrorist attack on October 7th.
Just so you know that I will let you speak. I think John wanted to say something, but just so you know that if you speak, you have such a bad mic that when you speak with others, we just hear like muffling. Just so you know.
You're saying that of me?
No, of comedian.
Gotcha. If you were, your indictment of the Western world and their state of morality based upon their position about the conflict and towards Israel. If you were an average person with an average level of education, how would you approach trying to understand reality in the conflict?
A lot of time I think that if I would be like, I don't know, in Iceland, remote from everything, and all I see is the propaganda that I see still today, I would probably also be like, oh, free Palestine, Zionists are evil. Because it's being supported and legitimized not just by idiots on Twitter, but by, CNN and BBC that are publishing unverified stories, and the UN has like parts that are literally anti-Israel. It's not about being pro-Palestinian. The fucking UNRWA is based on the concept that Israel should be destroyed. I mean, those refugees, the Palestinian refugees, will be forever refugees per the UN until they are allowed to come to Israel, which will never be. So, yes, I would probably be also manipulated. And I will have to dig hard and do my own independent research, which hardly no one does. And I will probably also be brainwashed. Yes, totally. But it doesn't mean that it's true. It's optics, not reality.
Do you think that in this most recent epoch that the optics scenario, that the optics landscape is different than it was in the past?
In the latest what?
We'll just call it the latest era.
Like now? I think a lot has changed. I think that one of the things that's changed is social media, obviously, that is being utilized. And I think they were preparing for this in terms of embedding themselves within universe. Like the day after 7th of October, there were already protests against Israel blaming us for genocide, okay, on 8th of October. It was orchestrated in a political way. I mean, Hamas, when they attacked Israel, they knew that they cannot defeat Israel militarily. When they took hundreds of hostages, including babies and children, they knew that Israel would come and get them. They knew that they would attack Gaza, and they knew that they're hiding in tunnels. Like they knew everything. They knew exactly what would happen. And they also knew that they would get the support of the international community. Because of like a picture of a dead child, obviously it touches every person that has humanity in them. And if you strip it out of context, and you kind of hyper-focus on it, it paints Israel as the villain. I understand this. I don't agree with it. I think it's false. But I do understand why people are so emotionally charged. This entire war is based on emotions, not on facts.
Well, emotions are fickle. And it's mob. Your description is a mob-like behavior. And I think that the pendulum swings in both directions, and currently there may be an upswell of anti-Israel sentiment due to the optics landscape, but I also believe that things change quickly.
Sometimes countries never come back from this level of unpopularity. You see, I don't ever question the morality or the logic or the justice of how Israel conducted the war. I have not one single criticism. I think every single dead civilian fight death. I have no for the way any soldier has behaved. I have no criticism of the way any officer has behaved. I question the political leadership, and I think the political leadership of Israel has done an ethical thing, they've done a retarded thing, and they have permanently damaged Israel's ability to continue in a going concern way. Whereas holding their fire, building a weapons stockpile for 2 years, having a bipartisan consensus for 2 years in America to double the military aid to Israel, right? Having Israel the world's best military with tons of weapons stockpiles, with political goodwill all over the world, Okay, that would have been a much better path for Israel. So I have no criticism of the conduct of the war, but I severely criticize everyone that was stupid enough, in my humble view, every single person was stupid enough to do exactly what Iran wanted. It's as if the people in Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem, it's as if the leadership of Israel is a marionette being manipulated by Iran, doing exactly what Iran wanted in Gaza. I'm done speaking. I'm going to stay mute for a while. I'm happy to hear other people, but I don't want to hear the same tired debates that we've heard for 2 fucking years. I want to hear some new ideas debated.
Hamas is not a proxy of Iran, Garfield. Like, yes, they're getting money from them and they're getting support and help militarily, but they're not there like, they're not doing their bidding. They just both hate Israel. So are the Houthis. And so many of the Arab Muslim world. They are
Daniel, you really don't think there's coordination? Come on.
Yes, I think there's coordination because they do have both the same. I mean, one is Shia, one is Sunni. The thing that brings them together is the will to destroy Israel. So they are aligned in this goal, but Hamas is not answering to Iran, especially not now. Iran cannot tell them now release the hostages. They cannot. They will continue fighting. They will say, okay, Iran, if they will tell us, then we are cutting ties with Iran. They are now traitors. They are like Zionist collaborators, whatever. And we will continue fighting. So what, do you think Iran will then attack Gaza? No, that will never happen. It will still come to our doorstep to fix. We need to remove the threat that is Hamas and this ideology, and we need to bring the hostages back. And if the world doesn't like it, tough, you know? Golda Meir said like decades ago, we'd rather be alive and not liked than pitied but dead. And unfortunately, it's true still today. I thought it was behind us, but it's not. And the reason that they're doing it is because, yes, Israel is a moral, humane, legal, abiding country, and this is exactly where they're attacking us. On our morality. And I think that if people are aligning with this, then it's a stain on them. I do understand that they don't necessarily have the tools to know right from wrong, but still, there is still right and wrong, in my eyes.
I think that position is very defensible, but I think what I hear Garfield saying, and I may slightly agree, is it the most expedient position and mindset to have moving forward? What will it result in the best outcome for Israel?
I think that you always need to look on the alternative.
Garfield, I wonder whether if Israel had not vigorously responded to Hamas, what Hezbollah would have done. Might they have been encouraged to also attack?
Sure.
I mean, isn't the biggest deterrent of Israel being attacked knowledge of Israel's military superiority and America's military superiority? So not responding immediately, does that change that at all?
Well, what you know, after October 7th, that was so, like, that was so egregious. Right? They just attacked random civilians. What they did, they butchered them. Every country there would be an expectation for them to react militarily. I mean, I would think most people would agree that's a given. I can't think of any country that would not respond militarily if they had the means to do so.
Well, actually, I can give a precedent that worked really well for the country that held their fire, if you'll allow me to, Pepe. A few years ago in Bombay, the Muslims, Pakistan sent a Muslim terrorist, and they conducted a massacre in Bombay that was very similar to October 7th. And I think very few people in America know about it, but you could Google it. The Muslims, 2008. Yeah, so just allow me to finish. So the Muslims committed horrible butchery in Bombay, and all the hotheads in the Indian government said, we need a military response. And cooler heads prevailed. Smart people said, you know, if we respond, we're going to lose the sympathy of the world. So let's have zero military response. Let's have absolutely zero military response and just try basking in the sympathy of the world for a year. And actually, there was never, ever, ever a military response. And there's a consensus in India that accepting the attack and not responding was the right thing. It worked out perfectly for India to not respond. So when you say, please let me finish, just let me finish, I'm going to land my plane. When you say there is no precedent at all to having a brutal Muslim attack and just having no response, I point you to that. And anyone that thinks I'm exaggerating should read the history. I'm done speaking.
What do you mean attack? I just want to understand. Yeah, I will let you. I just want to understand him. Like after the Bombay attack, who were they supposed to attack? You said Muslim. Who were they supposed to attack? Which country attacked them? And I just want to remind you, Garfield, just one sentence, and then I will give. Kelly wants to speak. Israel is absorbing a lot. The thing that is happening in Mumbai happened in Israel many times. Blowing up buses, blowing up discos, blowing up cafes. We don't respond because that is terrorism. What happened on 7th of October is not just a terrorist attack like Bombay or Mumbai, whatever they call themselves now. It's an invasion of a country, of a Gaza, into Israel, into their borders, like thousands of people, and taking hostages, and they are on our borders, like 10 meters away. You're comparing apples to oranges. If you want to compare Bombay, compare it to the many terror attacks that happened in Israel that we did not respond. Did we get any sympathy for this? No, we don't.
Okay.
So I think you only have a half right, Garfield. That the half you have right is that there could have been deliberation, should we, shouldn't we. By the way, the war didn't really start until 3 weeks later. There was no real, right? There was delay. But I think, maybe try this one on, right? Had the Prime Minister gotten up on October 8th and said, I call on the world to help return our hostages to us within 2 weeks, and if not, we are going to do what we have to do to protect our civilians and return our hostages. I think what you'll find is a whole different math these days, right? Because the soul searching didn't, right? It would have happened publicly, it would have happened out loud in the press, and people would have seen, with the sympathy of the world, right, Israel had at that time. I think you would have had people come through. Let's get as many countries as can as possible, and we'll pressure all the right people, and we'll get the hostages out. What's equally tragic, right, about the war is that the half of the world said fuck Israel to begin with. The other half of the world said Israel basically going to go through about heads I win, tails you lose kind of scenario.
I agree with you, but let me expand on that for a second, okay? Let's assume that Israel said, look, we're going to give it months and months to negotiate, but the way for us to get the hostages out without killing any civilians is we need a lot more weapons. Just open your mind for a second. Let's say Israel made a diplomatic mission around the world saying, look, we have hostages, and the only way the world can help us get the hostages out safely is to give us weapons. So we're calling for both political parties in America to triple the amount of free weapons they give to Israel. We're calling for our allies in Australia and in Great Britain. Every person in the world, if you care about the hostages, if you care about rescuing the hostages, give us free weapons, okay? Now, and I'm eager to hear people shit on me, but let me finish, okay? My view is in America, there was such political sympathy for Israel in both political parties, okay, that a special appropriation that shipped Israel an emergency weapon shipment, right? Israel could have had half the fucking U.S. arsenal of weapons gifted to Israel. That's how high the sympathy for Israel was.
We are losing you again, Garfield. We are losing you. Garfield? Hello? We are losing you. I hope you hear me. Let's give him another few seconds.
Back again as Kitover.
Garfield, are you in a tunnel? I don't know if you can hear me.
He's in a Tesla. Meanwhile, I don't know if you're following X, but Elon Musk has accused Donald Trump of going to Epstein Island on X. They had a big falling out. They now hate each other.
Who, what?
Elon Musk has accused Donald Trump of going to Epstein Island on X, and it's like tearing up the internet right now. People are going crazy.
Are you shifting the topic to a new thing?
No, I'm just saying that Garfield is in his Tesla, and, you know, as someone who likes to be as succinct as possible, you know, you should consider the fact that when you go into the Matrix and you're, you know, very excited and nobody can hear you, you know, your communication is ineffective.
Well, I think in the middle tweet has 100.
Are you going to be posting this recording on YouTube, or are you going to not do that with this one? I take that you were going to post this on YouTube.
He's already streaming, I'm sure. Elon Musk has 27 million views. Says time to drop the really big bomb. The real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, that's a bit ugly, even if it's true, to be like with him and then immediately turn, like, I think it's a bit like, if you knew this, then you should have said before, but you know, I don't want to go into this topic too much. I don't know too much about the whole thing. And I will not be defending Trump or the Epstein Island. I just think that if he brings it now, it's a bit...
So look at what Mikhail writes. He writes, the IDF initiated the Hannibal Directive and bombed the kibbutz. We have testimonies from Israelis who testified the IDF opened fire on them under a Hamas.
Listen, there's a reason why we opened a different room and we didn't go to Amir's room, because we know all of this nonsense. It's not about... They don't care. It's about attacking Israel. Like, you want to address it, enjoy it, but I think it's like...
No, I agree. I'm just saying, like, Mikhail, you know, I reported him for calling me a faggot kike the other day, and you can enjoy his nice little party hat, as he now has a terrorist group's name as his name. I mean, Mikhail, I don't know how much time you're going to spend your life, you know, working on this, but I can assure you, you're wasting your time as a man, as a human, or as an American. You're really stupid, Mikhail.
When does it live?
Allow me to make an analogy very briefly.
Okay, I would just one second. I would just pay attention. If I unmute and I tell you something, it's probably because we cannot hear you. Okay?
Okay, very good. The same way that Iran deliberately provoked Israel into invading Gaza. I think that the anti-Semites are provoking you into grounding them. You're giving them what they want by responding. Every time an anti-Semite or a retarded leftist comes in the room, just kick them out or ignore them. I think you're diminishing your room by giving a minute to respond to either the anti-Semites or the leftists. But that's just my view. I'm done speaking.
No, I agree. We don't need to give them platform because it's not about having a serious conversation. It's not about having, like, understanding the complexities of things. It's about just attacking Israel and using the Palestinians and the suffering of Palestinians in order to attack Israel. And Scooby, I keep on changing the name, how I call you, Hubert, whatever. You keep on saying Iran, but Hamas is not a proxy of Iran. Hezbollah is, yes. And Hamas is not the only group that attacks us. We were in attack from like 7 fronts, which the most serious one, and this is where I agree with Caleb, where Israel did almost nothing, or if they did, they were very impotent, is in the media sphere. There are basically 2 wars. Hamas doesn't fight us on the ground. They are fighting us on the media. Israel is fighting on the ground and ignoring the media. And that is a big problem. I 100% agree with Caleb that day one we should have said, we give Hamas exactly, he said 2 weeks, I would say 1 week or like 3 days to bring the hostages back, or else. And not only that we will attack, that we will, every day, we will take, 100 meters from Gaza that will never be returned, or that we will, deport Palestinians that are in our prisons, or even say, listen, we are willing to give you this list of 500 Palestinians prisoners that we choose, and every day that passes, we are taking off 25 people, for example. Like, yes, put it on the table. Israel is always being responding instead of taking the lead in the media sphere, and I think this is something that the Israeli government did. You talk about criticism. This is something that I think was handled very bad in this war.
Has anyone ever heard of a good war? I've never heard of one. I mean, it's a racket, let's be honest. But what those bastards did on October 7th, I mean, they were looking to go to heaven on an expedited trip. And they got exactly what they were looking for.
Hey Simon, welcome on stage.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Did you hear something that you want to respond to?
Not necessarily.
Feel free to do so.
I'm just waiting for the dead women and children comments.
So this dude that I think comedian you were referring to, the guy in the chat, Caleb, or not Caleb, Michael, whatever. Is he an American? Or like
yes,
that?
He is.
So this is exactly what I was talking about.
He's a Palestinian American.
Okay, so I think this is what I was mentioning about the fact that this is in this case an American problem, not just like him, an American supporting a genocidal terror group is a problem in America that they need to shut down. It's not Israel's responsibility. Yes, of course, him spreading like hate costs Jewish life at the end. Yes, we see it. We saw it in Boulder. We saw it in Washington, and unfortunately, it might probably happen again, and not just in America. This is a stain on those societies, not on us. It's something that they think that it's about Israel versus Palestine. I think it's way bigger than that.
Yeah, but that's completely true, but it's another reason why Israel should not have invaded Gaza. I'll explain. The real threat to Israel is Muslim immigration to Europe, something that Pepe talks about all the time. Because when Muslims immigrate to a country, they vote to destroy Israel. So as the Muslim population of America grows, right, the chances of Israel being destroyed gets greater and greater and greater. Now, I don't know how much time you spend in America, but we have proof of this, right? In the cities that are majority Muslim, those mayors vote to destroy Israel. So, when Pepe warns about Muslim immigration, Pepe is correct and everyone else in the room is wrong. Now, why is that relevant? Well, if Israel had not invaded Gaza and instead had a diplomatic approach in America, I think Israel could have used the goodwill of most people in America to reduce Muslim immigration to America. In addition, please let me finish. So Israel had the opportunity to massively reduce Muslim immigration to America. That was squandered. Israel had the opportunity to get a much bigger budgetary allocation. Squandered. So Daniel, if you see millions of Muslims move to America and commit pogroms and Kristallnachts, I believe those pogroms and Kristallnachts are caused by Israel's invasion of Gaza, because the Israel's invasion of Gaza created a lot of sympathy for Palestinians that may result in a lot more Muslims moving to America and ultimately having political influence in America. And I don't think anyone else in your room has ever made that point. I'm done speaking.
So I think that, first of all, this political route of like stopping Muslim immigration, this is not Israel's objective, and you're kind of missing on the urgency. We had babies, children that were taken into tunnels. We don't have time to wait until, like, I don't know, there's a committee next week, and let's do a meeting, and we are calling upon Hamas. I mean, they would do shit. At the end, you need a military force unfortunately, because you cannot ask politely, hey Hamas, please put down your arms and release the hostages. Because even now, after all this like craziness, they are still holding hostages. Do you think that condemnation of Western society will will matter to them? I don't see it. And also, again, the urgency. 250 something people taken hostage, including babies and children, and people that are sick. You don't have time for this. And you have like a genocidal army that is saying we will do it again and again and again, and throwing rockets from the north, from the south, and from the east. And you're supposed to go diplomacy while we're being attacked? It doesn't make sense. I think that you're looking at it as an American, where everything is like thousands of miles away, with water and oceans between you. Not talking about that you can just walk into Gaza or the other way around. And give me an example where you have like 250 hostages, you don't even know what their face, including again children. Children, like young children who were taken hostages. Over like almost 2 months they were kept there. You have to act. And also think of the people in Israel. There were like hundreds of thousands of people displaced from the north and from the south. You cannot wait. There was an imminent threat that Mumbai didn't have and the United States didn't have on 9/11. That is a big difference that I think that you're missing in your comparisons.
Also, Daniel, even before October 7th, the Muslim immigration, certainly in Europe, had already taken place. That's a done deal.
If anything, maybe because now they're feeling so confident, like this guy that they were talking about, this Mikhail, is an American citizen on an American app supporting terrorism. It's easier to weed it out, and I think that maybe now that anti-Semitism and all this jihad is gonna lift their head because they're confident, then maybe they will see that there is a problem. Both, like all of the Western world, now I think is more clear of the problem than before. Because they are feeling more comfortable and they are doing intifadas on the streets and like wreaking havoc everywhere. So maybe it's gonna put, like, it was there, it was dormant. Now they're all waking up, all those like sleeper cells, and so now everyone can see that there is a problem. So would you consider, I would ask him if he would consider that, Scooby, do you consider maybe the option that this war actually exposed the issue that was kind of dormant until then? Aziz wants to come up. I will give him, I hope he will be able to have a serious conversation with nuances and complexity. Let's give it a try.
Always.
You wanted to welcome on stage, Aziz?
Yeah.
You heard, I don't know how long you've been here, so I don't know what you heard, but you're welcome to respond to anything that you heard.
Yeah, I think, Garfield made a good point. That's kind of the point I made. I don't try to establish the legitimacy of the state or stuff like this. I think these are kind of pointless. You're not going to get anywhere with that. But I think Garfield made a good point. If there was a way to, the hostages need to come home. I understand that, right? But given the complexity of the situation, if there was a way to use diplomacy as an approach, that probably would have been better for the long-term trajectory of Israel. Because again, you could say what you want, but maybe they wanted Israel to strike. Maybe you're right.
Yes, they wanted, of course. Of course they wanted.
But kind of you're doing their bidding, as Garfield alluded to. You kind and yes, you may. Let's say you get the hostages back. Let's say you don't. Let's say some of them pass and some of them freed and whatever. The means will be questioned, regardless of what
that is fine. That is fine. That you will, and I think that Israel is being very careful with the means that they are using. But when you say diplomacy routes, can you tell me what? We would obviously we will not appeal to Iran or to Qatar. We would appeal to Western democracies, okay? And let's say all of them are with us. The entire Europe and United States, 100% with us. And they will say, we call upon Hamas to immediately release the hostages. And they say, fuck you in Arabic. I don't know how to say fuck you in Arabic. What, then what? Like maybe I'm missing something, and I would love to know from you or from Garfield, how does this diplomacy thing works? Like, to resolve, not like, okay, we appeal to the international community, and then what? How does it work?
Well, I don't think Israel is like friends with the countries in the Abraham Accords, so to speak. I wouldn't say they're friends, right? But they, there was a formal document that they constructed that ensured that they served as mutual guarantors for each other's safety, right? Whether they agree with it, each other's
I
safety.
don't think so. No, I don't think it's about securing each other's safety. Not that I never heard about this.
Through mutual economic gain, right? So there was an incentive apart from each other's safety that ensured that we wouldn't jeopardize each other.
I don't think that the countries that we had we ever threatened. We never had anything with the UAE, for example. But I want to go still on your route of because I'm interested in this. Okay, so 7th of October happened, and yes, a few days of fighting because they were on our land. So let's say we pushed them, and now they're in Gaza with our hostages. Like, we are now 2 weeks in, the hostages are already 2 weeks in, and we appeal to the community, to the international community. We say, this happened, everybody know, we have a sympathy. Then what? I just want to also remind the room that the demonstrations against Israel claiming genocide started on October 8th, or even on the 7th. There were already demonstrations in Europe. So forget about this, and so meaning that it's not just that we are the only players here. It's not like a lab that we are the only ones. Meaning that once we are fighting the information sphere or the political sphere, they're also doing it, and they are much bigger than us in that sphere. From Al Jazeera to providing unverified reports and stories, as we see the entire war. So how does it work? We appeal to them, and then what?
So I missed the last bit because I was on the phone. Just the last bit.
I'm just asking you, like you said that you were talking about that we could have taken and also Garfield said it, not invade Gaza, but appeal to the world. But how does it work, and how long will it take?
No. I think a military response, to some degree, would have been justified from Israel, given the nature of October 7th. Right? I think that's reasonable. I think if they wanted to attack.
But no, we don't want to attack. We basically went into this war because we have hostages and we want to come back and we want to remove the threat.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I think a military response would not be unreasonable given the nature of October 7th. I think, that campaign should have been, 3 months, 2 months, a month, 5 months, 6 months, something like that. But
you could take a day. It doesn't matter. Like the objectives are there. What he was saying is that once the Hamas knew that we will invade Gaza, and they knew that the public perception will change because we invaded Gaza and there are people dying there, because even in the military response that you're talking about, people would die. And as I said, the perception started shifting on the same day. They're already pushing for it. And I'm trying to understand, okay, so you said immediate response, but how do we get the hostages back, and basically this is what we want, okay? Not a single person could die. And I agree with Caleb that said, we should have said, Hamas, you have, 24 hours to bring them back, or else, or a week, or I don't know what. Or to even say, every day that passes, we will take 100 meters from Gaza that will never be returned back. For example, because territory is something that, because they don't care about people, they care about territory.
Even that, I don't agree with that approach, but even that would have been more suitable. I think maybe a military campaign. Yeah,
so let me challenge it. Let's say that this is what we.
That, by the way. I still disagree
because I think exactly. I think that they will say, Israel is using this to expand and colonial, imperialist, yada, yada, yada. Like, we know the story. Like, tell me what could Israel do to achieve the objectives of the war, which I hope that you agree with, returning all the hostages and removing the threat that is Hamas. How could we have achieved this in a way that we are not perceived as like whatever you guys are saying for like 18 months?
Like I said,
But it will, yes.
On October 8th, yeah, I think you're dignified in responding. I think a month down the line, still they have the hostages, even 3 months, 6 months, whatever. But I think
20 months, we still have hostages.
Right, I understand that, but how many of the hostages came back via bombing? The number is 0, right? So it was typically...
No, actually no. Actually, yes, but that's sweet. The reason that Hamas were willing to exchange was for a ceasefire, right? The longer the ceasefire, we got hostages. When they stopped providing hostages, the ceasefire ended. So the ceasefire, in order to have a ceasefire, you need to have a fire, right? You're saying that it has nothing to do. The deal was about a ceasefire deal. That is basically pressuring them to do this.
No, I agree in the sense that there should have been some military backlash. I'm not saying that, and I think that's what would have been the precursor for negotiation. And I think it almost seemed as if there were moments where there was like humanitarian corridor, or like peace zone, or like a ceasefire region area, or like a whatever it was, and then there was like, I don't want to say there was drama in those regions. There was IDF versus civilian drama in those regions. So it's like it's basically like how you got drawn out. It's like, imagine I walk up to a boxer and it's Floyd Mayweather, and I've never boxed a day in my life, and I say, oh, you're not a good boxer. I don't expect him to put his gloves on, but you kind of put your gloves on for Hamas. They're a terrorist organization, as you prescribed them, and they behave accordingly, and they should be condemned for that, right? But your response echoed them. In the eyes of the country, the average.
So I know I'm asking something else. I'm asking, the criticism, believe me, I heard. I'm asking what Israel should have done differently in order to achieve the legitimate, justified, and moral goals of this war. How could we bring our hostages back differently?
I think that you should open the stage to another point of view, respectfully.
Well, hold on. Let him.
Whose point of view?
Just let Aziz answer. Like,
the
question was directly.
Yeah, but I was literally asking now Aziz the question. Yes.
Yeah, look. There's a like a big disparity between what Hamas are capable of and what Israel are capable of, and they played on that. They used that disparity. They used that difference.
Disparity? Where's the disparity on October 7th when 1,500 people get killed?
If I could just finish. I understand if the objective of the state of Israel as a whole is to bring hostages back, then go all out. But I think Israel has long-term objectives. I think this was a bit of tunnel vision from Netanyahu.
Aziz.
It's the Greater Israel Project, Aziz.
Specifically was, what would you do in this instance?
Yeah. My campaign of a bombing would be no longer than like 3 months. I would try and target Hamas specifically, and I would aim for some form of, diplomacy, like some kind of deal similar to the Accords.
Well, those are three big ones. Those are three big points. So the response to each one of those points is, you said the bombing would only last 3 months. Well, how would you... Wait, okay, 3 months max. So you made 3 big points. The bombing would only last 3 months. How do you know when the bombing stops? You just have an arbitrary 3-month limit. Then the other one... what were the other two? I can't even fucking remember. But the other two, you said, target Hamas specifically. How do you do that if they're hiding in the tunnels? Oh, and then the third one was focus on diplomacy. How do you do that if they don't want to come to the table?
So we'll start with the first. It was a reasonable amount of time to bomb them, right?
Right, just 3 months and we're done, or you want to achieve an objective there?
Hey, can I place an order for pickup? Can I get the incredible chicken sandwich with everything? Yep. And a slice of cheese, that's it. John, yeah. Okay, thanks. See you soon. Bye.
And also,
You know,
we
you
cannot
can see
see by.
inside, you can hear inside them. You can hear from people about them. You can get inside information. You have.
Well, I think in order
This is what we're
to literally clear the tunnels the way that you're envisioning, it's going to result in a lot of loss of IDF soldiers, which Israel is really trying to find a way to do it without.
Right.
That. So we've seen videos of
there's
them like
opportunity costs.
blowing up the whole system of tunnels.
But this is it. This is the problem. This is the opportunity cost. This is the price you pay for not taking that approach. This is the price you pay for not making the soldiers fight the soldiers. And you
They are fighting the soldiers. They are fighting. Listen,
No, but
Hamas.
but I'm just
Hamas is.
well,
I mean, but the reality is, you need to face reality, okay? And the reality is that Hamas is embedded within the Palestinian culture and infrastructure, okay? Meaning they are using, I mean, you can call it talking points or whatever, but that is reality, and this is like a reality room. They are using hospitals, they are using schools, they are using hospital masks, they are not using uniform, and they are hiding behind the civilians.
Yeah.
So do that.
Right, but this is the thing.
Destroy everything, right?
But this.
Jack, sorry, hold on, everybody. Jack, this is a serious conversation. It's not so now Aziz is speaking, and if you wanna.
That was okay. Gotcha.
Yes, because exactly. Like, keep your propaganda. We're trying to have you can go to our meals room. We are trying really to have and we had. I am sorry for you, but we had like an hour, more than an hour now for like a serious conversation, and even Aziz, that is not on my side, and I know that he's on my side, is getting permission to speak freely.
Yeah,
but we are not. But we are
been a good
okay.
discussion,
So
that's why.
So let him speak. Okay, so let's speak.
I was okay.
Yeah, no, I was saying, where was I?
My friend and
You're in the
3
tunnel.
points, and then I was.
Yeah, the 3 points.
Yeah.
And then I told you about how Hamas is embedded.
So the first one was, what's a reasonable amount of time? Well, I would have had the plan in motion to limit the longevity of the military campaign. So some form of diplomacy.
We're starting with the Prime
So I don't know how short it would have been, but that would have been the ideal approach, right? And then what was the second question? What was the second part?
Hold on, when you say diplomacy, you're saying diplomacy with Hamas?
No. Like I said, with all of the like some kind of you know how we've got the Accords, right? Right. We've got the Abraham Accords, right? These countries don't necessarily love each other. They don't even probably like each other, but there is some form of formal agreement that causes a stalemate where they have mutual economic interests, right?
And they think that they could influence Hamas to put down their arms and release the hostages? You think they have this power in them? Or even Iran?
They should have combined a few things, right? They simply went military. They could have combined, suppression of other things. They could have done it more. The campaign could have been more, even if it's just purely visuals, right? The way people perceive things, it just wasn't done. It's just a poor military campaign, it's just a poor military campaign. And again, it's just it's a stain, Netanyahu had tunnel vision in my opinion. And
I'm not sure what you would have done differently though, because limiting it to 3 months, this is not how war works. We have a goal, okay? The goal could have been achieved in a week or in a year.
But as with anything, you have like levels of priority, right? So I understand hostages are high priority, but like the general optics and sentiment of Israel as a state, historically and going forward, that cannot be jeopardized at any point. No country does that. No country throws away their future standing for anything, especially not like a terrorist attack. People stand in solidarity.
Yeah, you're describing Hamas and the Palestinians, not Israel, Aziz.
And also your mic is really shitty.
Great.
I'd like to get in the queue.
Look, I think no
nothing, So let us just speak and then Jack and Igor.
Yeah, I think what we've seen is like Netanyahu kind of looked at Israel like his tenure. He just observes Israel from his lens, while I'm here, what do I do, right? But I think he's kind of jeopardized the longevity. I understand that the hostages were a priority, but the way he went about it, again, you can say that the optics and visuals are irrelevant, but ultimately that's the sentiment of...
No, they're very relevant. I'm not saying it's not relevant. I do say it's relevant, and I think that Israel did fight this war.
Well, whether I can convince you or not that it's a just war, we can definitely discuss the optics objectively. It will be difficult for us to agree on whether this is just in isolation, but we can say that the optics undeniably are poor from Netanyahu's perspective. And undeniably. So if we're just talking optics and the way people perceive it, he shot himself in the foot a little bit. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, but you didn't really answer my question. But I will move to
yeah,
Jack.
we can. I asked the second part. I didn't know the second part, so.
So you'll be back, no problem. Jack, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'll make a couple comments about the conversation you guys just had, and then I want to ask a question. So the first thing is, I don't know, it seems like at least most people in the world have a bad view or a more negative view of Israel now than they did pre-October 7th, right? That's my view on it. You guys feel free to disagree.
You are right. No, we agree.
Okay.
I think.
I
agree at least.
Okay. And I do agree with Aziz in the sense that the Israeli government kind of played into the hand of Hamas in a way, right? Where I feel like they knew after something like October 7th what kind of reaction they would get. Whether Hamas wanted that or not, I have no clue. But the reaction they got was, just destruction, right? Like pure destruction from what our point of view looks like. But my question is, there was an article that I put in the chat, and I think it was some of the Israeli hostage families or their spokesperson talking in the article, and he made a claim that they found out later that Hamas had offered on October 9th and 10th to release all civilian hostages in exchange for the IDF to not enter the Strip, but the government rejected the offer. One, do you think that's a true claim? And two, if that's true, do you think that was more emotional than strategic?
So I will answer you. First of all, releasing all the civilian hostages is not enough because it wouldn't change anything. And also, you should look at who the Hamas classifies as civilian versus military. They took people from the Nova Party and then they dressed them up in fake uniform to present them. Basically, if they say anyone, these under the age, I think, is of 40 or 45, is for them an IDF soldier. But let's say they were actually meaning only IDF soldiers, that they went in, it wasn't during a war, they invaded and they took people and they had them. So let's say instead of 250, we had let's say 50 people that they considered soldiers. Do you think it will change anything? We would do the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's 250 or 50, even if it would be 2. That is the thing. I think that saying what you're saying is Hamas, if you would say Hamas had offered to release all hostages, then we'd be having a different conversation. When they say we're going to release some of the hostages, then it doesn't change anything because it's one hostage is enough.
I feel you, Daniel. I was just thinking and I don't know how deep it went, right? This is just one quote and a guy claiming it, so we don't really have details on whether they even entertained it or found out which people.
I'm taking it as if I say that let's assume that it's true, okay? I'm saying let's
yeah.
We don't know if it's true. Let's assume.
No, for sure. And I'm just saying let's assume it's true, but neither of us know how far they would have gotten into that proposal, whether the Israelis even entertained it or Hamas did declare, we only consider 50 of these people hostages, or maybe we'll we'll make a deal with the Israelis where, whatever, there's some compromise. I don't know. It's just a quote, but.
Well, in my understanding, I don't mean to interrupt, but in my understanding, I think that a lot of the peace deals Hamas is asking for the release of some untold number of what they're calling hostages taken by Israel, what Israel would call prisoners, some of which are being held in indefinite detention. But I think that Israel has been frustrated.
It's not detention. They're jailed because they murdered people and they went to trial and they were sentenced to multiple life sentences. There is no such thing as an indefinite detention.
And so there's no way to compare those hostages, which I would call prisoners, but they're being called hostages, but there's no way to compare those people with the hostages who the Palestinian, the Hamas is calling them prisoners. I would call the people taken on October 7th hostages, but I think, Jack, that is one of the reasons why a lot of these peace deals have been held up, because Hamas is asking for things that are just essentially completely unreasonable.
Can I ask a question?
Yaakov, you sound different.
My car. Yeah, I don't generally drive. Last week, a interview with a captured Nukba or Hamas fighter. They asked him what was he supposed to do. This isn't like a leading question. I'm just trying to figure it out. Because he said we were not told to kidnap people. We were told to kill as many people as possible. We're working on the assumption that hostage taking wasn't their goal. I mean, why wouldn't they give them back? Like, they didn't plan to do that.
I'll give you my take, Yaakov. In my view, it's just my opinion. I think their original plan of whatever they planned to do on October 7th probably went way further than they expected. And I'll be honest, I think the statement you're talking about was that a guy who was caught by the Israelis and this was like an interrogation video or something.
I mean, he didn't look stressed. He wasn't
he was in prison or something like that, right?
He was across the desk and someone was speaking to him in Arabic, and it kind of aligns with other statements that other people that I'll use your word interrogate, because interrogate could be asking questions and it could be enhanced, and I don't think that was applied. They just asked some questions. These people were happy to talk.
I'll be fair. I'm pretty consistent with this. I don't really take those statements as. I'm not saying it's not possible that that's everything he said is true. It's very possible his orders or his battalion's orders were let's go kill people or whatever. But I personally, I say any video Hamas releases of their prisoners or hostages that say Netanyahu, you piece of shit. Those to me are more propaganda. Or I would say, I can't really trust those statements 100%. And I take that for the Israeli hostages and the Palestinians, right? That's how I personally operate. But it's possible. You never know. If these guys just were told, kill these people. I thought, in my opinion, October 7th, they planned to attack the border, get in there, try to get hostages, probably some civilian hostages, but I was thinking mostly IDF soldiers, and then I think it just got way carried away, and they weren't.
From what I read,
it just kind of went crazy.
The original plan was to get to. Daniel, help me out. Was to get to a prison that was, I think, 20 miles from Gaza. I don't know which prison it is. But the original plan was to just go and get the guys who were in prison and bring them back, not to do what happened. I've not read anything about that because in the back of my memory, I seem to remember reading that.
I don't know. I'm not Daniel, but while I'm listening to you, I just can't help but thinking that, my understanding of the Gazawi population, the population of Gazans is, generations of Jew hatred and not the greatest education. And so it's very plausible, Yaakov, for me to imagine that it's a bunch of 18, 19-year-olds who have been raised on Jew hatred and they're ready to go on a special mission And whatever the plan was, I'm sure that it got blown out of proportion. I'm sure they got carried away in one way or another.
Yeah, fair enough.
What's when you say they're raised on Jew hatred, like, what do you mean by that?
Yo, Jack, you're retarded. October 7th was a coordinated terrorist attack, years in the making, and they went for maximum damage. It wasn't just like, oh, things got out of control and we killed some people we didn't mean to kill. You're like minimizing a major military operation that was planned years in advance and resulted in 1,500 plus deaths and destroyed all of Gaza, Jack. It wasn't just like some fucking walk in the park like, oops, we made a mistake. It was a sophisticated, coordinated event where they trained and they had tons of intelligence. They flew in with fucking paragliders, for God's sakes, Jack. You're minimizing October 7th.
I'm not saying they didn't plan it for years. Wait, real quick, just real quick. I'm not saying they didn't plan it for years or that it wasn't an organized attack or anything. I'm just saying things like maybe the music festival. I'm not sure if they knew that was going to be there for 5 years and they were, let's attack this. I'm just giving you my opinion. I have no fucking clue, just like you.
Yeah, a wrong turn. They got lost and they stumbled upon it.
I think both can be true. I think the comedian is correct that it was a part of it was obviously had to have been planned for years, but I think that the general narrative that what most of us have heard is that some parts of it, you know, that they didn't hear about the music festival or they didn't know. I mean, who fucking knows though, you know?
Yeah,
I really don't know.
The U-turn is actually called Palestinianism, though. That's a U-turn. People are going to start calling it.
What is that?
I wanted to answer
Jew hatred and the hatred of Israel.
Listen, Yaakov has a really bad mic, but let him. Yaakov, you have a really bad mic, so I'm trying to help you out.
I will be home in a moment, but in 2016, I was sleeping with my second to last year of teaching. And we got a copy of the UNRWA school book. And I have a detailed 188 page, 198 page, Jack, I'm happy to send it to you. It's online, you can read it. It's a page by page. It's the curriculum for, I think, grade. I have a copy. I was teaching math. It's great. One of the questions I remember to this day, 2016, UN written school curriculum was a word problem for subtraction. And it said the following: if you have 6 Zionists in a room and you want to have 2 Zionists, how many do you have to kill? The answer is 4. It's picking words and then putting everything together and mathematically doing a very simple operation.
Have you got proof of this? Like, have you got proof of this?
It's all over the internet.
There's a report.
For me.
Aziz, there's a report. You can. First of all, Yaakov, I would love it if you can send it to me. I would love it. But
yeah, I was going to say that too, please. Yaakov.
There's a report. You can Google.
Wait, hold on. Let me be clear. 2016 was a document that I got from another speaker. I don't have it online, but I saw a full analysis that was done, I think, 2 years ago. And I'll send it to Daniel and Jack. You send me a message in the back channel of how I can send it to you, Telegram or whatever. Just share it with you. But
I got
goes through the biography of all of the speakers and the creators of the content. Many of them were Hamas fighters or ideological. Those are pretty much like the physics, the 12th grade or 11th grade physics problem was you're swinging a sling, like David and Goliath. You're swinging a sling, and the distance of the sling is 1.5, so it's 30 meters, about 1.5 feet. And you need to hit a soldier, and it showed a Zionist soldier, and then it says, okay, if you increase the distance that the swinging, how much quicker will it get over there? So you have to use the physics of, now it's going to travel much faster and have much more impact. That was an example of those. And
right, so those are both examples of what do I mean by raised on Jew hatred. They're in their math class in elementary school, middle school, and high school. They're being taught the basics of mathematics, in terms of how many Jews do you have to kill. So that's kind of what I meant when I said raised on Jew hatred.
One sentence I want to say, and then Aziz will check. You were asking us, you asked for like to know more. Google the Impact SE report. They are doing like reports about like curriculums in schools. What?
The report, Daniel. That's the report I was going to look up.
Yeah, Jacob, we just have. I think that we want to hear you, but you really like it's really hard to hear because you.
Oh, it's sorry. What's the report I was talking about?
Oh, okay.
He's saying that's the report. Yeah.
Yeah. So Impact Dash SE. Look it up and understand that there is an indoctrination problem that we're not.
What is Impact SE? I've never heard of it. I'm just wondering.
Third-party organization. You can look through it. You can look through who they are, what they're. I think it just says who they're funded.
And in the report, they don't just write their opinions. They will actually show you like pages, like screenshots or like pages from the textbooks.
Not just like I'm gonna look into it and I'll take it as what it is. Like I'm not gonna just discredit it. But I just did a quick search and it looks like the CEO is like a current major in the reserves for the IDF and stuff. So I don't know if it's third party, but
yeah, but again, Jack, I mean, we have an interest, of course, to expose it. But what I'm saying is that if you would look at the report, don't read any of the text, okay? Don't read any of the conclusions, nothing. Just look at the pages that are presented, that are like scans from the textbook. Don't read anything. Like make your own conclusion.
That's what I was planning on doing, and I'll be honest. I'll be shocked if UNRWA or like some UN program had that in their school curriculum. But I'll look into it, and if I'm wrong about that.
Well, there's another example that is kind of different. I mean, I don't know what you're going to think about this, but I remember seeing a picture. You know, there are probably many pictures like this, but in the early days of the war, I saw a picture of a town square in Gaza, where at the center of the town square, there is a statue of a rocket. And it's a big statue. It's like, 12 or 15 feet high.
What you're talking about.
You've seen that picture?
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, we've got military memorials throughout the United States. And sometimes kids, I mean, I'm from Washington, D.C., so sometimes kids go and visit and there's like a statue of a cannon or a statue of an airplane or something. But we also have statues of Mahatma Gandhi and other, leaders and presidents and all that.
They have a Nelson Mandela one.
They do?
Yeah, we have one in the West Bank, and you'll also find like similar displays of rocket or whatever, not like the graffiti and that kind of thing about. This is the thing is like if you go to even any Palestinian refugee camp in the West Bank, you'll see this kind of thing too. You'll see symbols of keys. You'll see symbols of resistance, the history, and all this kind of thing. It's very memorialized in Gaza.
Alright, so maybe it's not fair for me to say they're raised on Jew hatred, although I still think that could be defended. But maybe they're raised on this narrative that the whole purpose of their existence is on pause until the state of Israel is dismantled. Alright, so,
I would say that's partly fair in Gaza. Because the whole, Israel's not represented in any good way in Gaza, or Israelis, or IDF soldiers. They're not represented in any good way. But obviously they're going to talk about the blockade and all that shit from the Hamas perspective or the Palestinian perspective.
You were talking about the UN. You don't believe that they will teach this and that. Do they teach the Palestinians that they have a right of return to Israel? That Israel is basically theirs, and someday they will go back. Do they teach it by the UN? Do they teach it to the Palestinians?
Is it in the curriculum? Is that what you're asking?
Not just the curriculum, but yes, it's in
society. I believe so. Yeah.
And
I'm not sure. I'm just guessing right now, but I'm pretty sure my friend who went to school in the West Bank had said something about that, but I'm not sure.
Now, there is no, this is part of, indoctrinating. Like, when you tell them that they have a right of return, which they don't, okay? There is no such right of return. It's a brand name of a law in Israel that allows Jews to come to Israel. It's an immigration law. It's not a given right of return. There is no such thing. But they do teach them Haifa is ours, Akka is ours, and you have a right to return, and you will go back, and they will show a map of Israel, and they will call it Palestine. Yes, it is coming from UNRWA. UNRWA, the entire mandate states that those people, the Arabs of Palestine, will remain refugees until they're allowed to go back to Israel. And this is not about solving any issues. They started with 400,000 refugees, and now we have, I don't know how many, 16 million? It's not resolving the issue.
I'll say one thing in response, though. There was a lot of UN General Assembly votes, repeatedly, and even resolutions, like UN Resolution 194, 3236. There's so many, decade after decade, and it's repeatedly saying this resolution is passed that refugees wishing to return to their homes and live in peace with their neighbors should be permitted to do so. And so this is also taught in the schools in Palestine.
Yes, but UNGA is a political state. It's a political decision. It's not a binding decision. It's not a legal decision. It's a political. I mean, let's say all the Muslim countries want to pass a resolution that Israel should stop existing, right? They can pass the resolution. They have enough votes, and Israel will vote no in the General Assembly, not the UN Security Council. General Assembly is based on majority. It doesn't.
At this time. Wait, just one last thing. I swear. So, just about the UN Resolution 194, right? This was passed in, I believe, 1948. Just a couple of years before.
49, after the war.
No, it was 48. It was December. Sorry, it was just before 49.
Okay.
But they passed it, and 35 voted for it, 15 against it, right? That's not that many countries.
Were?
But wait, one second, almost done. So that's not that many countries. That's a similar thing to me as the UN partition plan that got voted on by a similar amount of countries. And it's like you said, it's not legally binding or whatever. You have to make it a reality politically and through whatever other means you're going to use. But I'm just saying that this is something that the UN is constantly voting, constantly repeating. So it's not it's so crazy that this is taught, in my opinion.
No, I think it's crazy that they are using the Palestinian.
Arab countries voted against 194?
Sorry?
Because it implicitly recognized the sovereignty of Israel. Here, I actually looked this up the other day.
Against is Cuba, Iraq, Egypt, Lebanon, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Syria.
Right. Yeah.
Those are Yemen. Those are all the people that are against.
Right, because it said they have to be able to move back, which, okay, sounds great, and live peacefully amongst the country or something. The wording implies that Israel would exist. So they're like, no, this isn't good enough. So they were like, no, we're going to vote against this.
No, for sure.
But the thing yeah, sorry to cut you off. I think the thing is, this is still kind of trivializing it, because I could sit here and give examples of maybe organizations that sort of swing towards Israel. That doesn't necessarily prove any points. It kind of alludes to the fact that you can twist anything any way, right? But ultimately, like, for example, Zach mentioned the Jew hatred. He kind of backtracked on it, but I want to just speak on that, because the reality is they're not simply just hating Jews because it's in their periodic table or whatever. It's like there is a conflict, and I'm not saying they're right to hate Jews, but the reality is it's trivializing it to simply say, well, these people are educated to hate Jews, therefore they hate Jews. There is more of a greater, wider context as to why they may feel that way, and the same applies for the Jews in Israel. They may feel an animosity towards the Arabs, and they may have a lived experience that justifies that approach. But the
we trivialize it to, oh, well, this organization is teaching this, I don't think that kind of that addresses the core issue here. That there is a
What is the core issue? I mean, when the Houthis says, when the Houthis say, curse on the Jews, it's not anti-Semitic. When the Hamas charter from 1980 until 2017 was talking about annihilating Jews, or when the Hamas leaders go on TV and say, Muslim world, you can all take a knife and slaughter a Jew next to you. That is not anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic.
But this is the thing, again, it's trivializing it, right? I can sit here and name 6 people that is the equivalent, but flip side, you know, that.
Give me one.
You will rebuttal, but I can talk about the Ben Gavirs, the Smotrich, and some of the cabinet, their statements that they made. I'm not going to list them, but the point I'm making is that
it's not part of our education system.
But hear me out. I mean, that's more dangerous. I mean, you should.
Kind of is, but we can talk about that later.
Right. But the point I'm making is I'm not. If I say the word, oh, this is Muslim hatred, and I give examples of where it's built into systematically built into certain things, or the leaders feel a certain way, that is trivializing it. There's more of a wider context. You will argue. You will say no, but yes, they hate the Palestinians, but this is why. So you're affording yourself a luxury that you're not affording them. A contextual luxury that you're trivializing their approach, and you're still manning yours. I think that's the problem.
Let me ask you this. I don't know if you're a Muslim or Christian or whatever. Let's assume that you're a Muslim. If you go to Israel, do you think that you'll be safe? And then I would ask you the same if I would go to, I don't know, any of from Gaza to the Palestinian Authority to even Egypt. Do you think that I would be safe to be visibly Jewish?
Right, but what you're doing is giving examples of unstable Muslim countries and comparing it to a stable Jewish country. I mean, if I was to give it a more appropriate context, I would give, because if you look at Afghanistan or Syria, these are failed states, so I would have to give an example of.
No, I'm talking about. I said Egypt.
It's not a fair example. UAE. So, okay. I'm safer in the UAE as a woman or whoever than being in central London or LA or California or New York. I'm safer in the UAE. This is a Muslim country. The whole of the UAE is significantly safer.
I'm saying as a Jew.
Even Israel, it's safer than Israel. So you're disagreeing.
For a Muslim?
Yeah. Look, whoever you are safer in the UAE.
No. I'm not talking about whoever you are. I'm talking about. No. When we're talking about anti-Semitism, we're talking about identity or religion. I'm saying that I would not be safe because I'm Jewish, not because the country is not safe. Obviously, if you go to, Afghanistan, it doesn't matter who you are, you might not be safe because there's no rule of law. I'm talking about that if I and we together go now to, for example, Egypt or any other Arab country, I will not be safe. You will be safe. And the reason that I will not be safe is because I'm Jewish, not because the country is not stable.
Well, again, it will be. Again, it's not simply because you're Jewish. I understand some people may have hatred for Jews simply because they're Jewish. But I think what they will typically find grievances if you're like pro-Israel, they probably typically would have an issue with Israel, I'd imagine, in a lot of countries. And it's understandable.
No, I'm talking about Jewish. I'm talking about being Jewish. I said I would be visible Jewish.
Well, yeah, if you're visibly Jewish and you go to the UAE, then nothing. You go to Dubai.
Not UAE again. Listen, I'm talking about the countries. The UAE revised everything, and also Saudi Arabia. Hold on, Aziz. I'm talking about not the countries that reform and are not jihadists and are not teaching their children to hate Jews. I'm talking about those things that you're not comfortable maybe. I'm talking about the countries that do teach that. Egypt included. I will give you a testimony from an Egyptian woman, and she said what she hears in the mosque not that she said it on the radio because she wasn't allowed because she's a woman. They are at the end of every sermon they curse the Jews. Not the Zionists, not the Israelis, the Jews. And when I hear videos from many Arab countries, yes, I know it's being translated with the subtitles to Zionists or to Israelis, but in my ears I hear Yahud. Yes, I know that if you don't speak Arabic, you would read Israeli or Zionist. I always read a mistranslation. Even on the BBC, when they put some Arab people that say something against us, they would translate it as Israeli or the Zionist army. But what they're actually saying is Yahud, which means Jew.
Yeah, but Daniel, like, also there, and this is not like, there's definitely, especially now, I think, much more negative view on Jewish people across the Middle East or Muslim countries, and I definitely think Israel.
Yeah, there's also a negative sentiment against.
But the thing I wanted to say is, for some of these places, like, the only Jews they really know are the Israelis, especially in Palestine. But I think it is very dependent on how you're viewed. Are you coming as a former IDF soldier to the West Bank, or are you coming as a Jewish American who's helping Palestinians and their olive trees and help protect them from settlers and that kind of thing? There's Jewish, I mean, there's like a couple of Jews who have PA citizenship, and it's not because they love Jews or anything. It's simply because this guy took a stance that's with us, and you know, and that's what it is. Like, there is anti-Semitism, but to me, it's more centered around this conflict. And I'll say that because, like, even when I can go on Israeli media and I'll hear the most anti-Palestinian rhetoric I've ever heard, but I know
that is fine. That is fine.
Not, but this is what I want to say.
It's not the same, dude.
Wait,
Palestinians are a group of people that are attacking us. It's not Muslims. It's not Arabs. Yes, the Palestinians are attacking us.
Okay. For us, you guys are the Jews in the Middle East. That's how we come. Like, this, if I'm in the Middle East and I want to reference Israel or the Israelis or Jews, I'm going to say Yahud. Because these are the only ones around. Like, look around. They're not. What other country in the Middle East are they there? But, again, I want to just say, like, even if they did talk badly about the Muslims and all that stuff. Yeah. So there's, like, you gotta understand the context is the thing. It's not like, oh, they just hate the Jews because they hate the Jews. No, there's a whole political conflict with a country called Israel, and there's wars that have happened and this kind of thing. But definitely you wouldn't be safe in a lot of these places. And it's not just because you're Jewish. Like, there's a little deeper than that. But I feel like if I was a Jew and I went around the Middle East, I probably wouldn't go around saying I'm a Jew. So I feel you.
So I do think it is anti-Semitism. It always was Jew hatred. And I don't know, you were educated where? In the United States, right? You were not educated in Judea and Samaria or in Gaza, right?
Correct.
So maybe, I don't know, assuming that you have friends there, if they have children, maybe ask them to share the textbooks with you, or like ask them what is the name or where you're buying it, order it, and check for yourself. Because I'm not imagining it. I see it like in their culture, and they are all saying the same thing. And it is about Jews. And you know, at the end of the day, if you look, there are no Jews in the Middle East. There are, like, I don't know, 4 in Egypt. But in Israel, we have like, what, 2 million Muslims?
Yeah, but real quick, Dan, this is my whole point is, and I'll ask my family about if I can see some of their older textbooks or something like that in the West Bank, but I also view the way your guys' perspective on history is taught on Israel as, I can say, oh, that's anti-Palestinian, because it goes against our whole identity, you know what I mean? So, it's like, it kind of goes both ways.
Do you know the document that I have in my PTR? Did you read it? You know what it is?
What is this?
The meaning of the Nakba. This is basically where the word Nakba came, written by Constantine Zoayak. This piece was written in 1948, after the defeat of the Arab armies, and this is where the word Nakba came. If you would like, I can send it to you. I read it 2 days ago. It's 90 pages long. Yaakov sent it to me. It's not a Zionist, obviously, okay? It's someone that is very pro-Palestinian. By the way, the word Palestinian is not even mentioned once in this document. They were referred to as the Arabs of Palestine.
Who is this guy?
Constantine Zoayak.
Was he like a Palestinian historian or something?
Well, he wasn't. There was no. He wasn't. He was an Arab, and they saw Arabs as one nation, the nation of Arabs, and this is why also 7 Arab. This is they actually. There's a quote that I will give you now also if we're on this topic quickly. This is from the PLO. It's called Zuhair Moshan. He was a PLO commander in the 70s. He's saying, okay, and that was the narrative back then. The Palestinian, and not me, okay, so don't. The Palestinian people does not exist. I guess it's a bad translation to do not exist. The creation of a Palestinian state is only a means for continuing our struggle against the state of Israel for our Arab unity. By the way, the entire document talks about the Arab unity and how they should unite and have like, for example, one of the criticisms that he has that if Lebanon and Syria are using different weapons, then if you are a Lebanese soldier, you cannot just join the Syrian army because you're not trained. So they should have a unity of arms. And mentioning okay, let me just finish the quote. So I said the Palestinian state is only a means for continuing our struggle against the state of Israel for our Arab unity. In reality today, there is no difference between Jordanian, Palestinian, Syrian, and Lebanese. Only for political and tactical reasons do we speak today about the existence of the Palestinian people. And the Arabs of Palestine, as they were referred to, again, not me, by a very pro-Arabic, whatever, pan-Arabic, whatever you want to call it, he never mentioned the word Palestinian because this identity, and I don't say that the people don't exist, okay? We're talking about this identity that was basically a tool, not for the Palestinians' sake, but as a tool against Israel. And this is why 80 years later, the situation of the Palestinians is bad. I mean, there are still refugees 80 years later. They were not allowed to settle because they are used as a weapons against Israel, decade after decade after decade.
So what I'll say is, this guy seems like an Arab nationalist, right? Or pan-Arab. Basically, we all united under this one Arab identity, and the Syrian and the Lebanese and the Palestinian are no different. These are the same people. In some ways, he's right. But because for the longest time, this was Beled al-Shem, you know, this was Greater Syria, whatever you want to call it. This wasn't like a bordered place. This was pre-Sykes Picot kind of thinking in my head to basically put these borders and separate these people and say, oh, you guys are Lebanese, you guys are the Israelis, you guys are the Palestinians, you guys are the Syrians. To a lot of Arabs in the region just saw as an undercut, right? So like when they cut these borders out, wait, you're taking part of this Arab land or this whatever land. And in some ways, again, the guy's right. The difference between Lebanese people, Syrians, and Palestinians is not so much, other than like whatever France was colonizing Lebanon for a bit. So in some ways, it's true. If we all had a preference for a lot of people, there would be no Palestinian identity, no Palestinian state, no Lebanese state, no Syrian state. These would just all be Arabs, or we're all united under this one thing. And I think he's right from that perspective. But I think that's a bit outdated. This is like kind of the Gamal Abdel Nasser kind of.
This is 1948. I mean, it's as outdated as it can be. I'm just giving the perspective of the way that it was seen back then. A lot of
for some people, it was seen like that for sure, definitely. It still is.
I just think it's an interesting read just to see the perspective back then of how, because sometimes it goes into real small details. So it's just about the communication that they get during the war and what they like. It's just interesting perspective. Like, definitely. I mean, it's not my how do you call it? Not my my side or whatever. But I like to understand like the mental, the mental state or the. It's really hard to look back and because what we try a lot of time is how to project the way that the world right now, even the word colonialism. Okay. I mean, I hope that you know that the word the world has changed meaning from back then to now. Even nations, I mean, back then Arabs were like tribal. They didn't have the concept of nations. They were like tribes, living on the land, living their life. Yes, exactly.
When we had empires, and then we had side speak of. There was literally a whole shift. We didn't. There was not a Palestinian national identity 500 years ago. We were forced into this shit because they started cutting it up. You know what I mean? Like that's how it got.
The society was more tribal. And by the way, in Gaza or in many places, it's still very much tribal. It's like different hamulot or different families. The society is still very much tribal. But yes, this nationalism, there was like this move of nationalism throughout the world. This is when the Zionists, like, kind of, I don't know, jumped to the opportunity to create their own state. It was like, kind of like, a lot of things came together. It wasn't just Israel that was created back then. Many, many nations were created. And also, later on, the Palestinian identity was created. But this notion that there was Palestinian and living like, this is like trying to kind of take like reality now and try to kind of copy-paste it backwards. And it just doesn't work. And things change, words change.
About this, Daniel. There was no Israeli identity before 1948.
I don't think that anyone... I don't think that anyone made this claim. That's the difference. We never said that there was an Israeli identity before that.
It goes to your point of everyone in the region is starting to be an Iraqi, Jordanian, this kind of thing, which was an Arab interest. If you look at it from the Arab perspective, a negative thing. No, we want to all be under one umbrella or one empire, one Muslim rule, one Arab unity thing. We don't really separate ourselves by nationality. We saw an attack on them.
You know what's interesting about this document? How they're basically calling for all the Arab countries to put all their resources, even like they say, he was talking about things that different countries were handling at the same time. Like, no, none of this is important. All your internal things, like if it's prices or I don't remember exactly the things that they were like, no, you need to sacrifice everything to fight the Zionists. Otherwise, they will take over the entire Middle East and like year by year they will take over Lebanon and Syria and Egypt. And basically they were like fear-mongering. They're like making them like, okay, oh my God, those Zionists not just came to Palestine. Once they would, this way said, if we will let them establish, it will not end there. They will conquer the entire Middle East. That was basically the fear that he was trying to muster in order to unite the Arab world against Zionists and basically to sacrifice everything for this. Everything.
Right? Like, that is, and by the way, if there was a Jerusalem state or British, like anything that's other than the Arab unity is an attack. So it would be the number one, enemy in the region automatically.
But do you think that it's still legitimate, like this notion that being taught to Palestinians, like, hey, you should sacrifice your life, you will die, you will get born and die as a refugee, and we need to all destroy Israel. Like, you are a Palestinian or Palestinian heritage or whatever, right?
Yeah, my dad's Palestinian.
Okay, do you really honestly believe that this is something that is worth fighting for? Do you actually believe that this is something that could be achieved? Like the destruction of Israel?
I'll say this, dude, and this is my honest opinion. The Palestinians that are refugees in countries like Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, it's been decades. Those countries should provide a special status, special ID for them where they get all the full rights, but still acknowledge their Palestinian identity.
Why don't you support, like, why can't they be like equal rights citizens?
But I'm saying they should be, but also...
So why do they need to be different?
Because
why do you think,
they have
would you agree that
unique
in the United
than the rest of
okay, so why do they like to have like a unique identity? Like, let's say let's say you were born now in Lebanon, okay? And your child now, okay? You're happily married, your wife is pregnant, you have a child. Why doesn't your child cannot be Syrian or Lebanese or wherever you live? Like, why does he have to be like this special mark? And what does this special mark actually mean to the other Lebanese? That you are not part of the society? That you will never be part of their... Because as you said, they are Arabs. Why can't they just live there? As the rest of them.
Ridiculous.
I think it's important to acknowledge that they were refugees and they should still get full rights. I mean, that's to me, they can still be
they should get full rights
or whatever to me, but
let's say refugee people that came,
that's where they're from.
People that came from Ireland to United States, okay, or Italy or whatever, okay. Yes, they could say I'm Italian American and they can speak like this, whatever, but they don't have like a special identity card. They're like, okay, you want to keep your identity? If it's Aboriginal, if you're like African American, if you're Italian, whatever. Be whatever you want. But you are American. You are full-fledged American with equal rights.
The United States is more like a nation of immigrants. If you're talking about like, I go to a Lebanon, I would still want for complete and equal rights as everyone else, 100%. And even the citizenship, amazing, but I think if there was a special thing where they're like, hey, but this is really where they're from, it does one, it upholds their history, and it gives them rights as everyone else, and they're not going to be stuck in camps or whatever the fuck, which I think is still so ridiculous. But to go to your second question real quick, the second question, I think you said, like, is this still worth fighting for this, right? And to me, it's hard for me to tell someone in Gaza or the West Bank, like, I live in the fucking US, I had a whole different upbringing, I don't know what the fuck pushed this person to this level, right? But in terms of the whole entire Arab world, I think unless there is some resolution in which either one or two things happens, there's a Palestinian state, or the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza are living in a way better condition in terms of either having Israeli citizenship, rights, getting rid of this, like, I think if that doesn't
rights, what do you mean rights? Rights from who? The Palestinians that are, or the Arabs of Palestine that live in Israel have obviously full rights.
I'm not talking about that.
Israel, I'm getting a point. Israel is a free democracy. You are trying to compare the Arab nation of Palestine to Israel, which is a free democracy. Why don't you compare it to the rights that the Palestinians in the West Bank have compared to, I don't know, those in Syria?
Listen,
why do you compare it to a democracy when you are not a democracy?
Well, technically, Palestinians have a democracy, but whatever. They haven't had elections.
You know what I mean? Do you think that it's a free country?
This is what I'm trying to say. If there's no two-state solution, then, or like I said, Israel can annex all that land and give everyone citizenship. I don't think they want to do that. But if those two things, one of those two things doesn't happen, I never see this ending. This will never end.
Which one? Either, like what? Coming back to Israel, that's not an option. I tell you what the problem is, okay?
A permanent solution needs to happen. Otherwise, this goes on forever.
I think that they are pushing too far. Like, for example, if you would say, okay, we have those refugees of 1948, and those are the refugees. But no, you decided to turn everyone into refugees. 16 million. So now you basically, not you, yes, the plural you. You basically made this unresolvable. Because you say, okay, now we have 16 million. Obviously, no one would allow 16 million or 10 million or 2 million go back to Israel. Because that would, especially that now, it's not just like a peaceful, like, no, those are people that were brought as, like, to hate us, to fight us, to kill us, to dehumanize us. It's not a reality, like, that they would gotta just la-di-da with us. Like,
I understand.
As far as
that's a red line for you guys. I understand that. I'm just saying, like, forgetting all the little details. We have our red lines, you guys have yours, and there's a lot of, like, details that you can iron out. But I'm saying in general,
but who's suffering? Who's suffering? Like, look at the people in Gaza, for example. Do you think they want any of this? Don't you think that they want, like you, to get up in the morning, to go have a coffee, then to go out to a club, and then to go to a restaurant? Do you think they want to be like weapons?
I think them and pretty much most of the world doesn't want that for them. What's going on there?
But forget about just like the Palestinians are being kept in this limbo, not just in Gaza and West Bank. In the Arab world, they are kept in limbo. Even in the United States, they would be considered, some of them still like refugees under UNRWA conditions.
Daniel, I'll say some. I say this all the time, but I always say that the Arab leadership in dealing with this issue has always been about 5 to 10 steps behind, and hasn't gotten any better since any of the major events that have happened. So
I tell you why, because I
I'm
don't
not
think
gonna be here and defend the fucking they made a lot of strategically retarded errors, and some you can't come back from, some you can still resolve.
Do you think that their intention is to help the Palestinians as people or to destroy Israel? Because I think that they didn't necessarily make a mistake. I don't think their aim... Listen, the Arab countries are filthy rich. Okay? Filthy rich. They could have helped the Palestinians like as much as they wanted.
They do.
They don't. Look, No, I'm talking about, again, I'm not talking about, this is where I'm putting maybe the difference. I'm talking about helping the Palestinians. Not Asia.
They know what prosperous Jim Cole. My problems are tiny, nothing compared to his. Well, I become at least I'm entitled to my piece. Jinko, if you kill me, I promise my brothers will come for you. And I promise you, I'll bury them beside you.
But it tries to be that what you're saying.
I'm talking about the Palestinians. Like to actually think about the Palestinians, not as a tool to attack Israel. Like Palestinians, for the sake of Palestinians, not being used.
You're right.
And I think that even what is so-called pro-Palestinians, to be honest, and I'm completely honest with you, I don't really think that they care for Palestinians. I think they use their suffering in order to attack Israel.
Here's the saying we have in Palestine, the actual Palestinian. And this goes to whoever it applies to. They say they love the cause but not the people. Some people and the Arab leaders in the past have used, abused, and raped this cause in the name of political clout, advancing their own stuff, whatever. And that's been happening for decades and decades and decades. And it happened to the PLO, it happened to Hamas. It's like a never-ending cycle. The Arab, it depends on the Arab country. They all have their own different history with this cause and with what they've done for Palestinians. And some of them are definitely have intentions to fuck those people. And then some of them are, even if they care about us and don't care about us, I don't really care, but they're honest, right? Like, what I like about a country like Saudi Arabia, right? Which a lot of pro-Palestinians, mostly on the pro-Iran side of things, always talk shit about Saudi Arabia, but they're not selling you false hope. The Saudi Arabians and people like that will tell you this is the situation. We're going to use whatever leverage we have to try to make your life a little better and resolve this permanently, but we're not going to free Jerusalem tomorrow. We're not coming like Iran and saying, we're going to, tomorrow is going to be liberated. Like, that is telling you down about history, about hope, and life full of shit, to be honest. Because one thing, Mahmoud Abbas, like his platform when he originally ran decades ago with like thought that Israel before, we were stronger back then, and it didn't go well. And now we're even weaker today. You want me to go to war with these guys after the second Intifada? You want me to go to war with these guys? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to basically keep whatever land we have and keep as many of you here able to live here as possible. But if you want to go to war with them and just These are people who can destroy your entire piece. The Israelis can destroy the Palestinian people as we know it. If you want to go that route, you can go with someone else. And that's how you want.
Yes, again, speaking about the Palestinian people, I hear a lot of people that are supposedly that are very brave to sacrifice Palestinians. Like, no, like they're very brave. Like, we will not give up. We will this. We will like. I don't think they care for the Palestinians. I think that the best hope for Palestinians is within themselves. If they will bring leadership from within themselves that actually wants to better the life of Palestinians and puts it as the top priority on top of destroying Israel. I think this idea, this notion that Israel would just kind of pick up the bag and go to Poland, as many like to say, it's not grounded in reality. And I think it harms the Palestinians way more than it harms us. Like, there are people that were born as refugees, died refugees. Like, look at Gaza. Like, it is really, like, tragic. And I don't think that the pro-Palestinians really are helping. I think they're fueling it. And not for the benefit of Palestinians.
It's, the results are true. Like, you're supporting resistance and saying, you know, every last drop of blood, we're going to sacrifice to free Palestine. The result's going to be bad for those people who you're encouraging to do it. On the other hand, again, it's hard for me sitting here to tell someone who God knows what they went through, you know, don't pick up a gun and go try to fight these people. So, but here's the other thing too. You guys also, I think the Israelis, the Israeli government and leadership in the past, and you'll say like, oh, they never miss an opportunity, but I don't think how it's worked out in terms of who's been the leadership in Israel in certain moments in history and today, I don't necessarily think they want a permanent solution that is necessarily on the table right now, a two-state solution or a one-state. Like, the status quo almost works better for Israel right now. If, like, they don't have to annex the West Bank, they can remain there, they can still have a bunch of their citizens move there and create settlements and live there and whatever, and that status quo works for them because if they annex, they have to give citizenship, which they don't want to do to 3 million people who are not Jews. And Gaza.
It's not about not Jews. It's about hostile. I actually believe that if Palestinians would be like, I don't know, Swedes, just let us work, just go be productive. I don't think I think it's kind of, we need to look at complexities of things. And it's not black and white. It's not about Arabs or Muslim or not Jews. I think it's really about them being very, very hostile towards us.
But you think, let's say we were like the most Jew-loving people on earth, would you still be comfortable being a minority in a Jewish state?
I don't know. I think that Jews needs to have a place that they are not subjugated, and this is, and you know, you live in the same reality as me, and you do see that Jews are being targeted all over the world. It doesn't need to be Israelis. It doesn't need to be that they are attacked, and we have been attacked and targeted for centuries. So yes, we do need to have a piece of land where we are not subjugated and we are the sovereign. But it's not only for Jews. You know, no one ever said that Israel is only for Jews. At no point in history.
Yeah, but there's a demographic fact that, or reality that we need to acknowledge that, although of course Israel can have.
It's not a demographic fact. Again, it's not a demographic fact. I think it's a demographic fact.
It's a logical reality, isn't it? Like,
it's a Jewish
minority in a democracy.
It's not about a minority. It's about self-determination. It's about having a place that is safe from us, that no one can
treat us as dhimmis or exterminate us or kick us, which has, it's not like that we are paranoid. It has been happening over, not you, but again, the pro-party side, one of the talking points that they like to dash out is like, you've been kicked out 109 times. Okay, so enough.
Yeah.
Now we want to have our own country that we can govern ourselves.
Yeah, but Daniel, listen, I've talked to you a lot of times, and I've never really heard you say, no, that Israel, what we did here is really fucking wrong, and we should have done this. I'm sure you have those positions about certain things. It just happens the things we talked about, you haven't had that conclusion. But I think you can acknowledge that the whole project of Zionism, although in your perspective is just, we just want to stay and we just want our own place where we can be safe because of historic, evidence of us being basically genocided and destroyed time after time after time. The fact is that it's a little more complicated than just doing that on empty land. There's a whole aspect for us, which is the complete opposite end of it, where this is basically we're being conquered, and okay, now this is happening. There's a whole different perspective to it that may result
by military force. It was like land was bought, or swamps were dried. It wasn't like I know the narrative that the Zionists came and kicked people out, but I hope that you know that it's false. And history record, including, by the way, this document that I have here, basically, this is the Nakba, okay? This is basically the story of the Nakba. The mentioning of the refugees is in 3 sentences throughout the thing. 2 sentences just mentioning that there were 400,000 refugees, and then there's a whole paragraph criticizing the Arabs of Palestine, saying not sooner did the first bomb fell that they escaped and handed out their strongholds to the enemy, and the majority of them left before our war even began. And this is a document from 1948 from not from me, yes? And
that's what I'll say. That guy's take is that guy's take. Whatever. We could do that whole thing. I'm just here for the conversation, but there's narratives of what happened, and then there's facts, and
exactly.
I think you might be able to agree on this. There was conflicts happening with the Jews and the today's Palestinians, called them Arabs, back at that time, 1947 into 1948. And after a specific event which we called the Deir Yassin massacre, there was multiple rumors being spread, news passed along about events that happened at this event, Deir Yassin massacre. And when people hear about what happened in Deir Yassin, some people said, I want no parts in that, I'm taking my shit and I'm leaving, I'll come back when it's all over. Some people heard rumors of, people are telling us to leave right now, there's going to be a war, and we can come back after. Other people genuinely saw some crazy shit and feared for their lives and said, we're leaving, and we might be able to come back after, we don't know. Mm-hmm. And that's the fact of the matter. These people, they weren't all in on some grand plan, you know what I mean? It was just a result of shit that happened.
But there's nothing. Yeah, but shit happened. There were millions of Jews that were kicked out of Arab countries, right? No one is first of all, no one branded it as gave it I don't know, a word like Nakba or whatever. No one is saying, the Jews should be allowed back to Iraq because they will not be safe there. The people were displaced throughout history. But the only people that were kept refugees were the Palestinians, unlike any other nation in history till today.
Well, I'm not.
There was one other component.
Yeah, what's up?
You listed people heard some shit and clearly and said I'm gonna get out of here. I pulled together, and I can share with you at some other point. There were a lot of messages from the Arab High Command for shortwave radio, things in papers, newspapers, essentially saying, we're going to to kill the Jews within 6 weeks, leave so you don't get in the way, so we can fight them, and then you'll get back and you'll be able to actually get some of the treasure. You'll be able to get some of their property, and there was this push in the media, and even the Prime Minister of Syria after the war talked about it, and many people. I can share some quotes with you. It's a component. What percentage? Unknown, but there was that component too of telling the Arabs in that area, leave so you won't get caught in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not necessarily bad advice. I mean,
No,
this is about to be a war zone. There's gonna be,
but
like,
they ended up
a lot of
leaving,
fighting.
and unfortunately, they were on the wrong side of the battle, and then they couldn't come back. So
Yeah, and I take the position of, if you were like a refugee and you're willing to come back to your home and live peacefully with whoever the fuck lives there, you should be able to. I'm not gonna like debate the morality of whatever that is, but I always think about a specific village in Palestine, like during 1948. It was a village called Abu Ghosh. I don't know if I've talked to you guys about this, but this village was like the most Zionist sympathizing you could possibly get in terms of Palestinian village, and it still is today.
Abu, ABU.
ABU, and then space GH.
Abu Ghosh, first of all, it has the best hummus till today. One of the best hummus. Abu Ghosh.
Yeah, Abu Ghosh.
AUSH.
Yeah, I posted the Wikipedia.
GUSH. Gush.
Yeah,
It's very close to Jerusalem, on the route to Jerusalem.
Yeah, dude, the leaders of this village had like really good relations with the Zionists, even during like 1948 when all the other villages like closed their roads to Jerusalem and like set up blockades and stuff. These guys left theirs open. This is like they were always gonna remain neutral in this shit, and just they even had people from this village working with Lehi Stern Gang, right? Which is like the most hardcore. Like some people from this village would help break them out of prison. I don't know what the fuck was going on. They had some fucking like love lust for each other. Weird shit, but whatever. During 1948, as far as I know, the military objective was to ethnically cleanse this village. And I'm like, why?
No, actually no, because half of them came back. So if the intention was, and they came back very early, still in 1948, half of them came back. If there was an intention to ethnically cleanse, then that was happening. No, they were actually, as you said, they were trying to keep neutral and keep the routes open, and they allowed at least half of them to come back.
Yeah, but
Does they worked with the Haganah, not the Stern Gang?
I'm sorry.
No,
half of them.
Look at it more.
So half of them were kicked out, and then it said that at the end, almost all of them, like it says the Obama Machia, like the how do you call it, the majority, but like very high majority. How do you call it? Like
listen, they were. Let me finish what I was saying. You're not gonna have a problem with what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like these guys were even pro-Israel. I won't even call them neutral. During an Operation Nachshon, the Haganah reconsidered.
Nachshon.
Yeah, so
do you know who Nachshon was?
It is the first operation in the plan.
I know, but do you know who Nachshon was?
Wait, 1 sec, Yaakov. Tell us right after. Sorry.
I apologize. Excuse me.
They were going to attack the village, but due to the opposition of the Lehi, the Stern Gang, they didn't. And I'm like, why were you going to attack them if they've always been pro-you? Like, their leadership, everyone was like down with the Israelis, down with the Zionists. Why was this a plan to begin with?
Jack, but the question is, why Nachshon happened?
No, I'm just talking about the specific village.
You already, every time you're talking about consequences. You never talk about what's happened before.
But Abu Ghosh, Sergio, Abu Ghosh were neutral, right?
They were pro-Israel, honestly, but
they even assisted the Israeli forces and kept the routes open. So what did they do that we're missing, Sergio? That I don't know.
No, he's talking about Nachshon.
No, we're talking about Abu Ghosh specifically. He was talking about Abu Ghosh.
Talked about Nachshon.
Okay. So
It was the first operation under the plan Dalet. That's it. But why it's happened? Because well, you can tell. But the question is why Arabs reject the partition plan and start the war in the in the 30th of November.
Sergio, I'm talking about a village who was pro-Israel during all this.
Why it makes sense?
That's a whole separate discussion. And listen, all I'm saying is there are signs of this. Yeah.
Yes, but Jack, it's not a monolith. Yes, they were kicked out, and immediately there was a committee of Jews that were basically speaking out against, advocating on behalf. I can give you their names, and this is why after half of them were